Good morning. How are you?
By Giovanna.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm going to see after though. I'm not going to stay for the things I got some other meetings.
No worries.
Okay.
No worries. Yeah, yeah. Just don't leave till I give you your gift.
Okay.
Don't want to have to go track you down. I think that's going to be it on coffee for me.
We actually who's coming? I'm just saving it for Christmas. Last time I was sitting back.
Nothing like being like right up front. So there's somebody here. We don't mind.
Just gotta make sure me and my tech guy have a spot. No, no, you're fine. I think we just need the 2 spots here is all.
Why did it say Yara? That was confusing.
Yes. Yeah, Rebecca, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah. Good for you guys. Yeah, I know. No, I got that. It's hard.
Just helps you like breathe a little bit better. It's like when you breathe in like wind or like
And they make sure that you're having your where? Where? Oh, you guys got that.
You were the first one to
Somebody. Thank you. For that chair, for that? I don't really know. I don't know. I'll sit right here. Yeah, that's
They need to see.
You sit there. You don't want to sit in bed, you want it? Good morning.
They just need these two open.
But I hate you.
Good morning. So we're gonna get started in about 2 minutes. If we go ahead and start making our way to our seats. There'll be plenty of coffee and water and rolls through the hour. Restrooms are gonna be located on the north side of the room, just behind this wall here, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Oh, they put it in. You know, they were calling. You guys should talk. Said, where's your ring? Where's your ring?
Right, hello again. Good morning. Thank you all for taking the time today to join us for our 10th annual Fair Housing Conference. My name is Kathy Mulligan. I'm the Marketing and Communications Coordinator at Greater Bakersfield Legal Assistance. Before we get started, I'd like to just say thank you to all of you. Thank you to our vendors for being here with some great information, our guest speakers, and then take a moment to introduce our staff that's with us today. First and foremost, we're going to introduce our Fair Housing Law Project team, starting with our attorneys, Bashar Aga-Biali in the back over here, Ms. Gina Kim, and to my right over here. We have Oakley Trent in the back and Maria Hurtado. Thank you guys. In attendance, we also have, and we have, we have a virtual attendee with our Fair Housing Law Project, Elle. Hi, Elle, I hope you can see us. We won't be able to hear from you, but hello. And then also in attendance today, we have one of our housing attorneys, Ashley Alexander. And then I'm happy to present our new interim executive director, Giovanna Fournier Ocampo. Thank you. So this is our 10th annual, and the reason why it's our 10th annual and not our 11th is because, as we all know, 2020 we were hit with that pandemic and had to cancel, and so we didn't have a conference that year. But since 1968, Greater Bakersfield Legal Assistance has served the low-income and elderly community in Kern County with free civil legal services. Through the years, we have added and removed programs according to community needs. Today, we have more than 20 unique programs that offer a wide array of civil services. We offer assistance with domestic violence, access to health and public benefits, guardianships, landlord-tenant matters, homelessness prevention, homelessness wraparound services, civil rights, consumer education, seniors law issues, and of course, fair housing discrimination. The Fair Housing Law Project began at GBLA in 2012, and we provide education, outreach, investigations, and enforcement services for Kern County residents who believe they have been a victim of illegal housing discrimination. The project assists residents in Kern County regardless of income. We aim to educate everyone to know their rights regarding fair housing, no matter what side of the fence you are, whether you're a tenant, a landlord, a mortgage broker, a real estate agent, or a service provider. This conference is just one of the many components that we have of education and outreach, and we hope that you find the information provided today beneficial. For those of you that have attended in the past, welcome back. For those of you that are new, we hope to see your face again in the years to come. We have a great lineup of topics and speakers today, and we will have time after each presentation for Q&A. If you're joining us virtually, please type your questions in the chat box or the question box anytime during the presentation, and we'll try to address those issues as much as we can as time allows. Today, we're going to kick off presentations with an overview of the housing voucher program offered through the Housing Authority of the County of Kern. Our presenter today is Heather Kimball, Assistant Executive Director of the Housing Authority. A longtime resident of Kern County, Ms. Kimball has deep roots in serving our community. She began her career in 2009 at California Veterans Assistance Foundation and quickly moved up the ranks and was named Executive Director of CBAF. In 2016, Ms. Kimball became the Assistant Director of the Housing Authority of the County of Kern, where she can continue to serve those most at risk in our community at a larger scale. Please join me in welcoming Heather to the stage.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
So when Kathy asked if I could do this presentation, she felt to say that there was going to be famous Hodel cinnamon rolls. That would have been an immediate yes if she led with that. So I'm so pleased to be here and share with you all a little bit about what the Housing Authority does to serve our community. We're going to touch on the voucher program, but I wanted to take the time to give you all a bigger overview of who we are as an agency. Starting with our history. Maybe. That's all.
Okay,
Being the first speaker is always the fun part.
I could do it if we need to.
I don't think it's,
Okay,
I don't think I'm gonna get it.
okay, I'll control.
Okay, cool. All right, let's go on to the next slide, please. So our history in Kern County has been very long. We actually were developed as an agency in 1939. Slum clearance project. For those of you who don't know, the slum clearance was a government initiative where they established local government agencies to go into the low-income and highly poverty-stricken communities to build new housing in an attempt to improve those communities. If we think back to like the Hoover camps, we all remember learning about that in school, it was just the extremely high concentration of communities of deep, deep poverty. So our agency was established first to build housing for those people. We then moved on in World War II to build housing for the military bases throughout Kern County through the National Defense Housing Program. After that, we built housing and provided housing to veterans as they were coming back from World War II. And then we operated railroad housing to serve employees of the Southern Pacific and Santa Fe railroads. I'm sure you all, as mentioned just a moment ago, the Dust Bowl era. I'm sure you all know the book Grapes of Wrath. What you might not know is that our housing authority operates the Sunset Migrant Labor Camp, which is still in operation today and was featured in that book. Go on to the next slide. So the housing authority that you know today really started operating in the way that you know it today in 1960. That's when we started our first rental assistance program. By 1970, we had started providing year-round housing for farm laborers. In the 80s and 90s, we issued millions of dollars in bonds to developers to bring affordable housing and market rate apartments to our community. In the last 2 decades, we've expanded housing and services to special populations, including emancipated foster youth, homeless, and veterans. And we also have established partnerships for the co-location of housing and services. Up until the last couple decades, our primary focus was on housing. But we realized very quickly that just providing housing to somebody is not the path for them to improve their quality of life, and that services needed to be provided along with that housing. So that's been a big focus in the more recent years and over the last 2 decades. So now that you know our history, let's talk a little bit more about who the Housing Authority is today. So we are a public agency that's established by the County Board of Supervisors. But there's a common misconception that we're a county department or that we're part of the county. We're actually an independent local government agency, which means we have our own benefit package, our own payroll, and all of those things that are separate from the county, but we have ties to them. We have our own board of commissioners. We have 7 members. This board includes 2 tenant commissioners. The rest of the board is appointed by the county. Again, we have our own legal counsel, HR department, everything separate from the county. Our mission is to improve the quality of life for low-income residents of Kern County by providing safe, affordable housing and assisting residents towards self-sufficiency and home ownership. So you can see through our mission today how much we've evolved since our inception in 1939. So a couple quick facts. We have nearly 200 employees on staff with us. We manage over 3,000 rental units throughout Kern County. We have over 2,000 residents receiving and or participating in supportive services. We pay about $27 million in rental assistance each year to families throughout Kern County, or to landlords rather. We have over 28,000 households on our waiting list right now. And we provide permanent supportive housing to over 2,400 homeless persons, formerly homeless persons in our community. It's just a snapshot of the scale of our agency. The So let's get into some of the items that you're really here to learn about, and that is how we provide this housing and services to our community. So the first program we're going to talk about is our Housing Choice Voucher Program, which most of you might know better as the Section 8 program. So in this program, once somebody is selected off of the waiting list, they come in through an eligibility process with our applications team, and we do an income verification. The income verification is to make sure that they qualify for the program, but it's also to help us determine where their rent is, their portion of rent is going to be set, and how much their voucher amount is going to be. Their rent is equal to 30% of their adjusted gross income. And so we give them this voucher that they can take out into the private rental market and shop for housing with landlords of their choice. That's a really powerful thing, right? Because most people who are low income are told where their housing options are, right? There's affordable housing developments in our community, and those are their choices. Having a voucher gives them the opportunity to expand their choices in the community and compete against people of higher income levels. So it really makes them more competitive in the rental market and expands their options. Once they do find a rental, then they submit a packet to us. We make sure that the landlord is charging fair market rents, that the rents are comparable for the area that the person's trying to rent in. And that the unit passes a housing quality standard inspection. And we want to make sure that the places that these people are using their vouchers are habitable, right? That they're moving into places that are safe and sound for them. The next program we're going to talk about is our low-income public housing program. I'm going to use this word, but don't repeat it because we don't call it this. But we would probably be familiar with it if I say the word the projects. It's not what we call it anymore though, so don't ever say it. It's low-income public housing. So our low-income public housing program, we have about 850 units throughout the community in the low-income public housing. It's similar to the voucher program in that we bring somebody in through our applications team, we verify their income to make sure they qualify for their program. The portion of their rent is set at 30% of their adjusted gross income. But the difference is these are actual sites, right? So they're being brought in and being offered an apartment at a specific location. We are actually in the process right now of doing a conversion of our low-income public housing inventory through a program called RAD. It is not RAD, it's very hard. But it stands for Rental Demonstration Assistance Program. And so we're actually in the process of converting our low-income public housing inventory over into the voucher program. And it's allowing us to apply for additional funding so that we can remodel all of these units. If we think about when the Housing Authority was first established in 1939 as the slum clearance, that's when a lot of this housing inventory was built. Right? So we've got housing that's been in existence in our community since the 1940s. And it is in dire need of some pretty significant repairs. So by participating in the RAD program and converting our inventory over, we're going to actually be able to leverage the money that we need to bring these households and these homes up to a standard that we want to see our families live in. I have a lot of LIPH managers in the room. Told you guys, Housing Authority, I was going to call on you as I'm up here. If you're a manager in the low-income public housing program, right. If you are a housing specialist that works in housing choice vouchers, raise your hand. All right, I'm not going to leave you guys alone. All right, next slide. So another big thing that we're doing at the Housing Authority is a new initiative that HUD rolled out called Moving to Work. So it's a little deceptive because moving to work really doesn't have much to do with work. It really is an initiative that HUD launched that allows high-performing housing authorities flexibility in how they adopt their policies. So HUD has this long regulation guide of policies that housing authorities have to follow. By being a moving to work agency, we now get to move away from those prescribed policies and set policies that are local for our community. We know that the Housing Authority of the County of Kern is very different than the Housing Authority in Washington, D.C., right? What that housing authority needs and what that community needs is not the same as what we need here in Bakersfield, California. So the Moving to Work program allows us to analyze what our local community needs are and adjust our policies accordingly. Of course, we have to do that with a lot of HUD oversight and approvals and public hearings. So there is processes in place. We can't just change our policies however we see fit. We do have to go through an approval process. But it's really neat to know that we can locally craft our program to meet the needs of where our community is today. There's about 3,300 public housing authorities across the nation, and only 300 have been given this designation. So it's a very hard thing to achieve. So we are adjusting multiple policies within our agency, but the biggest policy change that we've made has to do with a change in how we calculate rent for the low-income public housing and housing choice voucher programs. So as I mentioned before, somebody comes into the program, we assess their income, their rent is set at 30%, right? So now with this policy change, if you are a non-elderly and non-disabled household, each year your rent is going to automatically go up by 3% of the fair market value for your bedroom size. The cool thing about this is if a family in the traditional program increases their income, their rent is going to go up along with that income increase by 30%, right? So if they make $200, or if their rent is $200 a month today, and they raise their income by $1,000 a month, we're going to recalculate it, and the rent might be $400, right? Automatically. With this new program, if they come in and their rent is $200 a month today, they go out and they increase their income by $2,000 a month. Their rent will still go up the same amount. It's not, we're decoupling income from rent and allowing our families to really go out and maximize their income without a perception of a penalty, right? We know a lot of the families that we work with in the traditional program see increasing their income and those rental increases as a consequence, right? And we want to change that mindset. So we are really allowing our families now the opportunity to go out and earn as much as they can without the fear of taking on that larger rent burden right away. So we're really excited about this program. We've begun rolling it out, and our first families will be brought into the program officially on 5/1. So we think that this is a great policy change, and we think that it's going to do a lot to serve our families well and help them increase their earning potentials. So aside from our trademark programs, HCV, Housing Choice Voucher, and LIPH, Low Income Public Housing, we do a lot more to serve the community through our affordable housing developments. So we have several housing developments that are focused on housing for senior citizens. Qualifications for each development differ just slightly, but we have options for seniors that are 55 and older, all the way up to 62 and older, including one congregate care facility where we provide 3 fully cooked meals a day through our kitchen. We have light housekeeping services. So here we go, team. If you're a manager for a senior housing development, raise your hand. I know I got 2. All right. We also have housing for farm workers. I mentioned at the top of my presentation that we operate the migrant farm labor centers, which is seasonal camps for the families that travel with the crops. But we also have housing that we operate year-round for farm laborers that stay local and just move the crops in the county. They have to meet the definition of domestic farm labor. We've got 8 developments that operate year-round. And as I mentioned, the 2 migrant farm labor camps. And then we go through a qualification process. We have to verify that farm labor. All right, I know I've got some farm labor managers in the room. All right. I think it's interesting when we travel to these conferences and we come and take up 7 or 8 tables, why our team's so large. And so that's why I'm having them raise their hand for you. So you can see that we're a large team, but how diversified and specialized our work is. We have other affordable housing options that aren't for a designated population throughout our community. We're an active developer in affordable housing, and at the moment, we are the most active developer in Kern County. We're working with city and county officials to hopefully attract new developers into our community. Sometimes you think competition is bad, right? Why would we want to bring more competition into the space? But we know that the Housing Authority of the County of Kern alone cannot meet the local demand, right? It's going to take more developers coming into the space to build to the capacity and at the scale that our community needs. And we're going to talk about the need in just a little bit. We have housing for homeless individuals. So all of the housing that we provide for homeless individuals comes with supportive services. I see a lot of our supportive service agencies in the room, so I'm not going to leave you alone in my presentation here. If you are with an agency that provides supportive services to either our voucher program or our development sites, can you raise your hand? Yes, thank you. Our tenants and our participants would not be successful in housing without you. We know that housing, I said it before, I'm going to say it again, housing alone is not the answer, right? Housing is a critical part of the answer, and you cannot address homelessness without housing. But housing will fail 100% of the time if you don't have services to go with it, especially when talking about the homeless population. So we could build housing all day long and have enough housing for every person experiencing homelessness in our community. But without the work of all those people that just raised their hand, we will fail, right? They will not stay housed. So we're doing our part by building the housing. They're doing the hard work and getting people to stay housed once we bring them in. Sorry, I went on a little tangent there. So then our next population I want to talk about is housing for emancipated foster youth. So we have transitional housing for emancipated foster youth aged 18 to 21 who are homeless or at imminent risk of becoming homeless. They're required to work full or part-time or attend school while they're in housing with us, and their maximum residency for each youth is 18 months. So unfortunately, the foster youth system is a big feeder into homelessness in our community. We know that there's a lot of kids that have gone through the foster care system, and as soon as they turn 18, they have no options. So the housing that we provide and the vouchers that we provide to that population is really trying to prevent homelessness and prevent them from ever experiencing it. So if you're in the room and you're with the Housing Authority team and you do homeless housing or foster youth housing, raise your hand. All right, yep. Thank you. Yeah. So let's talk more about services, right? I got on a little soapbox there about how important services are, but let's talk about the services that the Housing Authority offers. We called out our partner agencies and the hard work that they do, but let's talk about what we're doing internally. So along with the changes that I talked about with moving to work and the restructure of how we calculate somebody's rent, we also launched a new initiative called Building Hope. So Building Hope is a self-sufficiency program that participants are automatically enrolled into if they're non-elderly and non-disabled. So if they're in that population that's going to have those automatic rent increases, they're also enrolled into the Building Hope program. Through Building Hope, we create a housing stability plan for them. They identify goals that they're going to work on each quarter, and with the ultimate goal of successfully coming off of assistance. So our goal for them is that they do that within 3 years. They can take longer if they need to. We just require that they actively work on those goals each quarter. And we want to see our families maximizing their income to a point where they don't need the assistance any longer. We want to come alongside them and not just say to them, we want you to do this, your rent's going to go up, so we think it's a good idea that you do this. We want to come alongside them with service coordinator staff, help them build out those goals, identify what their barriers are, and I call us the dynamite, right? Our staff is the dynamite that's going to blow up those barriers and preventing them from moving forward and accomplishing their goals. As a family participates in Building Hope, each goal that they accomplish is worth a certain number of credits, and those credits translate into dollars. There's a financial incentive for them to participate. And each family can earn up to 25, oh, I've got an extra zero in there. Not 25,000. No, $2,500 loan program. We also know for a lot of our families, home ownership is a goal of theirs. We see this quite a bit in our farm labor communities. So we also have programs that help families plan for home ownership. We have housing counseling, credit counseling programs, down payment assistance programs. So if one of our participants has a goal, one of our participants or tenants has a goal of becoming a first-time homeowner, we have a team dedicated to helping them accomplish that. Okay, so let's talk about the need, right? I've touched on it a little bit as I've been speaking to you, that the need is great. We see the impacts of homelessness in our community. We know that housing has to be a big part of that solution. We see the rise in rental rates in our community and people being priced out of the rental market. So from our perspective, we see that with over 28,000 households on our waiting list, the wait for housing in with our housing authority can be sometimes 10 or more years. So somebody can apply for housing today and not be called off of the waiting list for 10 years or more. It's a long time to wait for affordable housing. Our Housing Choice Voucher Program, we opened it in January of 22. 22, yes. And we had it open for 30 days. In that 30-day window, we had over 12,000 people apply in 30 days for rental assistance. 75% of extremely low income households spend more than half of their income on housing right now. So think about that. Think about your own personal finances. A healthy budget spends between 30 to 40% on housing. Imagine if you had to spend more than half of your paycheck just to keep a roof over your head. That's not counting utilities, food, the necessities. It's a huge burden. So why is the need so great? Not just because we live in California, which is a need or is a reason all in itself. But locally, we're seeing that affordable housing is not an entitlement program. Well, not just locally. It's not nationally. There's nowhere in the country that housing is an entitlement program. If you go to Department of Human Services and you say that you're in need of food and you qualify for their program, you're going to get assistance with food. There's no limit on how many people can receive that assistance. Housing is not that way. If you come to us and say, I am in need of help with paying my rent, and we qualify you for the program, we can't give you that assistance if we don't have enough vouchers to do that. So HUD gives us a set number of vouchers each year. It doesn't go up based on community need. It is a fixed amount. So we can only serve new people in the voucher program if somebody comes off the voucher assistance. That's the only way we can bring a new person. Same thing with our apartment units, which is a little easier to understand. You can only move somebody into an apartment if somebody moves out of an apartment, right? It's a fixed and finite number. That is why we're so excited about the new initiative with Building Hope and step increases, because we think we're going to be able to get people successfully transitioning off of these vouchers so that and out of these low-income public housing units so that we can open up opportunities for new families just beginning the journey. There's a disconnect between housing costs and income. Since 2000, median home prices has increased 182%, while median income levels have only increased 61%. And just to be kind of put a little exclamation point on this data is from 2022. So we know that that gap has just continued to grow. When we see the new report for 23, I would expect those numbers to continue to get farther apart. And there's insufficient housing production statewide. We know that the county and the city are working on affordable housing development plan. And they're working on ways to bring more affordable housing development to our community, but right now there's a massive shortage. So I mentioned briefly that we are the most active developer of affordable housing in Kern County at the moment. So let's talk about our development activities. So from 2019 to 2024, we've developed a little over 1,100 new units. That is more units in that time frame that we've developed than we have in the last 27 years combined. So we've definitely ramped up our activity to bring new units to our community. We're opening an average of 200 new units each year. New construction and acquisition and rehabilitation is what we're doing. So that's a pretty technical term. So when we think about new construction, that's from the ground up, right? We take a vacant lot of dirt and we put housing there that didn't exist before. Some of the lots that we're building on have never had anything built on them before. Other lots have commercial sites that we're now moving over to housing sites. But then we do acquisition and rehab also. So we take an existing location and we convert it into housing, or we rehabilitate it. So it's housing that was dilapidated or not habitable, and we bring it up to standards. We really focus on though the new construction and the conversion of non-housing into housing because we want to add to that inventory. The rehab of existing sites is important because we want the housing that people are living in to be decent and safe. But that doesn't bring new inventory into our community. It's not adding to the housing stock. So let's talk about a couple of the projects that we've done. So this is Almond Village. This is in Lost Hills. It's one of our farm labor housing sites. This one's cool because we built it in partnership with Wonderful Company. So this is a good example of a private and public partnership bringing housing to the community. The next one is Park 20th. So Park 20th is housing for homeless veterans, along with housing for other homeless individuals, mixed in with market rate or with affordable units. So we have a mixed population here where we've taken people who've experienced homelessness and put them into a community with people who are just seeking affordable housing. What we see when we have sites that are just dedicated for homeless individuals is they have a harder time rehabilitating because they're just isolated with people experiencing all of the same struggles that they're experiencing. So it just compounds sometimes the challenges that they're facing. When we have sites like Park 20th, we're bringing homeless people out of their environment into housing and putting them into a location with other renters who've not had those challenges. And we see that they overcome their barriers a little bit more quickly, right? Because they're not just stuck in the same mentality. So Park 20th is a cool one. Park 20th, I'm sorry, can you go back just 1 second? Park 20th, the design of that property was so innovative at the time. We opened it in 2012. It was so innovative at the time, it actually won some state awards because there had been no construction that was, it was on a really small lot, and we put about 80 units, I think, are there, 3 stories, and it's right behind the news station, channel 17, I think it's right there. So if you looked at the lot when we were first building it, I went by and I looked at the lot and I said, there's no way we would have fit that many units. I could walk the lot in like 30 seconds. So it's really an innovative project. We've got our residences at Old Town Kern. So this is a revitalization not only of a vacant lot, but of a whole neighborhood, right? You think about the Baker Street area right there by the railroad tracks, and bringing new housing that looks this stylish to that part of town is really an effort to revitalize not only an apartment complex or a vacant lot, but to bring a whole new breath to a neighborhood. So not only are we building housing for the people we serve, but we're trying to enhance the communities where our housing is built. Rosalita Village is in Wasco. This is another farm labor site. This one is really cool because we partnered with the city of Wasco. At one time, Wasco actually had their own housing authority that operated one low-income public housing program and one farm labor housing program. And it was built around the same time in the 1940s that ours was. And it was in serious need of repair. It was on the east side of the railroad tracks there in Wasco. Anybody who's familiar with Wasco knows that that area has its own reputation. And the families that were living in that site, when their kids would go to school, their kids were actually being teased and bullied for being from the wrong side of the railroad tracks. it was a stigma that was placed on those families. We had the opportunity to partner with the city of Wasco and with their housing authority, which we ended up becoming the manager and operator of, to rebuild this housing on the other side of the railroad tracks, right behind the new shopping center there. So we completely built new housing for them. We relocated them now to new apartments that are up to date. They are really beautiful, and it's right by the school. So those kids that live in those families can now walk to school and not have to take the bus. They were, I think, one of the only kids, being bused. So when they got off the bus, it's like, here's the kids from the poorer neighborhood. And so we've removed that stigma from those families. We're just really, really proud of that one. I'm sorry, I keep saying we're really proud because we're proud of all of them. Probably say it. Mountain View Village is in Lamont. It's another housing development for farm laborers. It was the first new housing development in Lamont in the last 20 years. So bringing affordable housing to Lamont was a big deal. There was issues in the past with water connection that was preventing housing from being built. So our development team was able to partner with the city of Lamont and figure out how to overcome that barrier and bring new housing to them. Up next is residences at East Hills. This is a new housing development in Northeast Bakersfield, kind of by the Target there, off of Bernard Street. And this has about 40 units for veterans, half of those for homeless veterans, the other half is just affordable housing units. This is one of our few developments that's in a neighborhood that has access to schools that have those high ratings, right? If you think about where our housing is, our affordable housing is located, most of that is associated with schools that have, if anybody looks on Zillow and you see the school ratings on Zillow and it's like a 1 or 2. If you look at the school ratings here for residences in East Hills, they're like 6 to 8. So this affordable housing development gives our families opportunities and access to some really good public schools for our families. And I'm proud of that one too. The last one I'm going to highlight here is our infill housing project. So infill housing, all of it looks the same. You can drive by several of the lots where we built infill housing and the footprint is going to look identical. But with infill housing, this is where we're finding those smaller vacant lots in our community that have oftentimes never been built on, that are an eyesore and a nuisance for the community, problems with dumping, loitering, all of the things that vacant lots bring to a neighborhood. And we've built housing on it. The infill program allows us to build housing relatively fast and at a cheaper rate than those larger apartment complexes that are very complicated to build. I see Catherine from the county here. Anybody else in the room from development teams, the city or the county? Just Catherine, I'm sorry, Catherine, you're gonna get singled out. I just wanted to call out the city and county's development teams because this was a really innovative idea that they had to help produce affordable housing production in our community. We're really grateful that the Housing Authority was able to partner with them and help fill that need and be a part of their strategy. Okay, I have no idea how long I took, Cassie, am I on track?
Went a little bit over, but that's okay. So
Okay.
we might get 1 or 2. We might have to have questions sent to you later, if that's okay.
So Cassie said that I did go over time, so to get everything back on track, if you do have questions, you can submit them to Cassie. She'll get them to me and I'll respond by email and then she can send them out to the group. Or all of those people I had raise their hand. If you have questions, you can grab one of them. I'm sure they can answer. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure sharing about what we do for our
Awesome. Thank you, Heather. That was some great information. I hope you found that information valuable, especially for the agency providers that are here today who are working with our populations trying to attain that affordability. So now we're going to switch gears just slightly and we're going to focus on what voucher discrimination and housing looks like. Our next presenter is Denise McGranahan, who's a senior attorney at Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles. She is going to be joining us virtually today, so my colleague is going to help load that in just a moment. Ms. McGranahan has worked with the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles since 1996. For over 30 years, she has specialized in housing and landlord litigation, advising and representing low-income tenants in matters including eviction defense, rent control, the Ellis Act, habitability, housing discrimination, disability-related issues, and the federal Section 8 program. She has handled hundreds of unlawful detainer cases over the years and regularly co-counsels with private attorneys in important affirmative litigation, especially cases involving fair housing matters. She has trained law students and volunteer attorneys and has been actively involved in the drafting and revising of state legislation that's resulted in significant changes to landlord-tenant laws in California. Thank you, Ms. Granahan, for joining us, and we'll be controlling the screen from here. I don't know if you want to show yourself on the screen or not, but we'll definitely be controlling the presentation on this end.
Let's see. Can you hear me, everybody? Yes?
Give me 1 second. Okay, try again.
Can you hear me now?
Why is it not working? I'm in the right one, right?
Can you
Try
see me?
again.
Try again.
Hi.
Give me 1 second. We're gonna turn on. Can you speak again?
Good morning.
I apologize for the technical difficulty. Give me 1 more second.
Okay.
Can you try speaking again?
Good morning.
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
It was working this morning.
That's okay. As a backup, can we just maybe do, is there a spare mic? We just have someone call speakerphone, call your phone, put a mic on, and just put the phone on speaker and just mic it, and that's maybe all we can do.
Maybe.
I would just try to connect and reconnect
Maybe.
a couple things. So let's try this.
None of the guys are in the back. Why would it do this now?
Hello?
Hi. Can you hear me
Okay.
now? You can?
We're still working on it.
Okay. But you can hear me, but the
We
rest of the people.
we can hear you. The audience here locally can't.
Got it.
Having just a few slight
Plug
sound
it in, I
checks.
guess.
Nothing on my end, right?
No, it's not you. It was working this morning and then it was buzzing and we trying to fix it now.
And should I share my webcam? Or is that not necessary?
No, I think I'm gonna disconnect from the projector. Give me just a moment. Okay, let's try that again.
Can you hear me?
I think
Okay, I can see that you're talking, but give me a second. Let me quiet the room to make sure it's working.
Okay.
If we can just have a moment of silence, we want to make sure we've got the audio working.
Okay, try speak again.
Good morning, everybody.
Is
You guys
it?
here in the back? Okay. Sorry. Okay, so we're working now. So with our virtual speaker, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to hear than if we're here on stage. There are speakers throughout the room, but we should be okay. And I'll go in the back and make sure the volume's up. But Denise, go ahead and take it away.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Denise McGranahan. I work at the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles. I've been there for a really long time. And source of income discrimination has been sort of my baby. And so I'm really happy to share with you my experience and knowledge about this. So we can go to the next slide, please. So today I'm going to talk about these topics. Why is voucher discrimination, why are voucher discrimination laws so important in California? And where is voucher discrimination prohibited? And what is prohibited? Recent litigation that we've had and common discriminatory and evasive practices. And then I have some strategies for getting housing providers to accept vouchers and rental subsidies. And then I'd be happy to have any questions that any of you would like to have. Now, I would mention that I have a cat in the background who likes to meow and get attention. So I'm sorry if that disturbs you, but I can't really put her anywhere. But anyway, let's move to the next slide. Thank you. Hopefully that won't be a problem. Okay, next slide. Okay.
It's up as loud as we can go.
Let me turn my volume up a little more. If that helps. I don't know if that will help. Probably not. So I know this morning Cassie talked a lot about the Section 8 program. I just want to emphasize some points about it that are really critical to our affordable housing crisis in this country, which is that the main source of affordable housing for low-income people. And there are about 2.1 million households and 5 million people who rely on vouchers. So having anti-discrimination laws is critical to making it possible for those people to rent and live instead of being on the street, for example. So there are 35% of the people have disabilities who are on this program, and often this is the only housing available to people who are elderly and disabled, especially people who are aging in place, who have who rely on Social Security, which does not keep up with the cost of housing. In theory, you can move anywhere with your housing voucher in the country. There are different kinds of vouchers, and some of them don't allow that kind of mobility, but for the most part, you can port anywhere. So, but these housing choices are severely constrained because of landlords who do not want to accept vouchers or place obstacles in the way of people getting vouchers utilized. Next slide, please. And the other thing to know is that the majority of voucher holders are in protected classes, and often source of income discrimination is a pretext for other types of discrimination. And the discrimination is pervasive and based on unfounded stereotypes about people who live in the projects. And if I have a Section 8 tenant in my building, the value is going to go down and that type of thing. Ideology about the poor. It's really been proven that rental subsidies prevent homelessness. So, and the studies have shown, and I think I've provided some materials on this, that Section 8 discrimination is less prevalent in jurisdictions with these types of laws. So I don't know if that the materials, there's a few articles and newspaper articles that I've provided, and for those who are interested, I think that will be very interesting to read. Next slide, please. So, as Cassie stated this morning, the wait lists are incredibly lengthy and vouchers are time limited. So you can see the voucher utilization, how it increases based on, whether or not you have these laws in place. And this is a study from 2018, which from HUD, which says 77% of the people who have these laws in place in their jurisdictions are more successful in leasing up than 35% who do not. So, and also Section 8 anti-discrimination laws affirmatively further fair housing because it allows people to move to higher opportunity neighborhoods where they wouldn't otherwise be able to rent. And that's something else that the small area FMR program can do for people. Next slide, please. So where is housing voucher discrimination prohibited? Next slide. So everyone should know that federal law does not generally prohibit voucher discrimination, but it does not preempt state and local laws. And often you hear that argument from landlords that, they don't have to take it because, the voluntary program, hold on one second, I'm having some battery issues. Sorry about that. And a lot of these arguments about preemption have been pretty much rejected by the courts. And we often have to write letters to landlords who say, I don't have to take it, it's a voluntary program. Well, it's really not a voluntary program on the state and local level if you have these protections. There are some exceptions to the federal law not prohibiting voucher discrimination in the home program, LHTC, mark-to-market, multifamily units purchased from HUD, and a few others. So there are some, but we don't really in California now have to worry so much about that. As I will talk about, we do have protections now in California. So about 50% of voucher holders nationwide are under some sort of protection from source of income discrimination. And this is an increase from about 30% in the last 5 years. You see a real trend of states and counties and cities passing these laws. And the real issue is going to be everywhere is enforcement, which we'll get to. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to go through exactly what, but you can see which states, a lot of states, and a lot of local jurisdictions that cover a lot of major urban areas. So there are many opportunities for people when they move to other places with their vouchers. If they move to these places, they have more protections. Interestingly, the state of Texas has gone the other direction entirely, and they have passed a law in 2015 that prohibits local governments from passing voucher discrimination laws. That law was challenged in 2017, and I'm not sure what the status of it is. It may still be pending, but the fact is that, if you go to Texas, you do not have those choices that you might have in many of these other jurisdictions. Next slide, please. So, I said earlier, courts have generally upheld state and local laws that prohibit voucher discrimination. And for the lawyers in the room, this is good information about why we don't have federal preemption. In California, where we don't have state preemption, that case was the City of and County of San Francisco versus Post case, which really pretty much changed everything in terms of local laws in California. So if anyone's interested in reading about that, there's further information. The other thing that often comes up is administrative burdens to the landlord, and they often say, well, you know, I don't want to have to do inspections or all this, and there's some good case authority that permitting a landlord to refuse to accept Section 8 vouchers on the ground that they don't wish to comply with the requirements of the program would vitiate the definition of the legal safeguard. I just actually read a case yesterday out of New York where the landlord refused to accept anyone with a voucher unless they made 3 times the rent, which we have a protection in California on that. But let's say in New York, they also have source of income discrimination. But there, they said, no one, if you make 3 times, I don't care, we don't care that you're paying 0 rent and the housing authority is paying all of it, but you need to make 3 times the rent. And the court said, no, that would vitiate essentially the entire protection because no one will ever be able to do that because their income, no one who even qualifies for Section 8 will be able to afford to live there. So I think that's the direction courts are going, and that's good. Next slide, please. So what is prohibited by these laws? This is really important to everybody in the room who works with voucher tenants. Next slide, please. And next slide. California's Fair Employment and Housing Act protects people from housing discrimination based on various categories, as we all know. But one of the latest amendments to the law involving source of income protection adds people using federal, state, or local housing subsidies to this list, effective January 1st, 2020. And you cannot refuse to rent to someone or otherwise discriminate against them because they have a housing subsidy, such as Section 8. Now, I want to tell you a little story about how we got to this point, which is one of my proudest sort of career accomplishments, I would say. It started in 2004 when, along with the Brancart firm and National Housing Law Project, LAFLA, filed a lawsuit against Donald Sterling, who owned the LA Clippers. And he refused to rent to an in-place rent-controlled tenant in Santa Monica. And he refused to take her voucher. We asked for a reasonable accommodation to accept that voucher. And we also, at that time, tried to argue that the existing law in California covered Section 8 discrimination, although the language was very ambiguous. We ultimately lost that case in a trial, and then the Court of Appeal, it's called Sabi versus Sterling. People may know about it. It's my only published decision, and it's not a good decision. Very disdainful by the court. The court was very disdainful of the concept of Section 8 discrimination laws, and said it's really up to the legislature to decide. But because of that decision, when it came to local laws being challenged, like the San Francisco law, which was the first one that in the state pretty much, the argument was there's no preemption because FEHA didn't cover source of income discrimination in terms of vouchers. And the court agreed with that and published this decision. At that time, we were also defending the Santa Monica had also passed a law in 2015, and we were defending that. We intervened, LAFLA intervened with some clients to protect that law from being struck down, and it was a challenge by AGLA, the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles, and we successfully defended that law. And one of the arguments that the attorneys made is, you know, under Sabi, Section 8 discrimination is not prohibited, and the court said, well, that was then, and you know, and that was, you know, basically telling us that we don't have any preemption of the local law, so this local law is good. So we actually had a full kind of circle, like even though we lost the Sabi case, and even though you know, it was very hard to lose that case after so much work went into it, in the end, after 20 years, we now have this law specifically covering Section 8 discrimination and local laws that can also be there to protect people. And so this was actually, you know, sort of a really exciting for me when these laws came about after so long of working on this issue. So I just wanted to share that story because it's really close to my heart. Next slide, please. So the new law, FEHA, is very broad, and it covers any kind of subsidy that you might have in any program that you can think of, including, and it also covers security deposit assistance and emergency rental assistance and locally funded subsidy programs, third-party payments, anything that will help a tenant either, you know, lease up or, you know, stay in place. This law is very broadly written. Well, in the regulations, can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so there are regulations that have been promulgated by the Civil Rights Department which I really recommend anybody who's working in this area to check those, because it really is very specific about the things that landlords cannot do. Advertising is an obvious one. Then refusing an application is also pretty obvious. Charging a higher deposit or rent to a Section 8 applicant versus someone who's not. Refusing to enter into or renew a lease, that would also be prohibited. Because they have, like, a new owner purchases and then and they say, well, we don't want Section 8, so we're not going to renew your lease. That would be against the law. Next slide, please. Interrupting or terminating any tenancy because the person plans to use the voucher, falsely representing the unit is not available, requiring differential clauses, conditions, or restrictions. You can't, like, increase the deposit because it's a voucher tenant. You can't, you can't do that. Restricting tenants' access to common areas. We have seen that in some buildings that are sort of market rate units and Section 8, like about affordable units occupied by Section 8 tenants, that there have been some restrictions on what those, you know, tenants can do, the affordable unit, ones living in affordable units, and, you know, it just some in sort of discriminatory treatment, which is hard, but it would be prohibited here. Refusing to make repairs or improvements under HQS. So this is a pretty important one, because often when there's an HQS violation and the landlord refuses to make the repair, if a certain amount of time goes by, like 90 days, the housing authority can then terminate, you know, that contract, which leaves the tenant in a really bad position. So I think that would be a defense to an unlawful detainer, for example, if the tenant, if the landlord refused to make repairs and the HQS, because of the HQS, and then the housing authority terminated the contract and the tenant is now left with the full rent. And I think that would be a defense in court to a UD based on the fact that the landlord discriminated. And I think we're looking at cases like that are coming up. And I think we need to remember that we have that housing discrimination is a defense in an unlawful detainer for those lawyers out there who are doing eviction defense. Okay, so so the next slide, thank you. You know, here's I think the FEHA regulations, as I mentioned, you can see they really, really are broad. So completing forms, signing documents, allowing inspections, you know, all of these things, you know, we see happen where the landlord's like, I just don't want to sign the HAB contract because I don't agree with this provision in it. Or, you know, whatever, I don't want direct deposit. I'm not going to sign a W-4 form. We see that all the time. And so these regulations, which a lot of advocates and, you know, that work on housing discrimination in California, we really informed the CRD by providing lots of comments to get, you know, these changes, not changes, but these regulations written in a broad enough way that we can utilize them to assist our clients. So this is in the 2 CCR, and then these references are here for those advocates who need them, especially for like writing letters to landlords. It's helpful, or to opposing counsel. Next slide, please. You know, as I mentioned earlier, in California, it's prohibited that you have to make 3 times the total rent, if you are a voucher holder, you only have to make 3 times your own portion of the rent. And that's an important protection. And often you see landlords saying that they don't take anybody who doesn't make 3 times the total rent. But this is a specific provision that is very helpful. Next slide, please. So refusing to accept a voucher is an adverse action based on a protected class, and it's intentional discrimination as a matter of law. Once the complainant demonstrates intentional discrimination with direct evidence or a combination of direct or indirect evidence, there's no affirmative defense except with respect to facially discriminatory policy. But here's the thing, you get, well, I didn't want the inspection. My affirmative defense, it's a burden, as I mentioned in the Themster case earlier. This is not a defense. And, you know, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the litigation we've done and the kinds of defenses that landlords have raised, but they haven't been successful. So, you know, a legally sufficient justification may not be used as a defense against a claim of intentional discrimination, which is critical. Okay, next slide. So are landlords required to take Section 8? And this is also sort of the myth that we hear. Oh, you're requiring me to accept it. Not required if the rent that you're asking is unaffordable to the family. So as everybody knows, in the first year, the applicant with a voucher can only pay up to 40% of their income towards rent. So if the asking rent is too high, the landlord is not required to lower the rent. The place is just unaffordable to the family. And I've always said that, you know, having voucher anti-discrimination laws are great, but you also have to have payment standards that will allow people to rent anywhere they need to rent, or almost anywhere they need to rent or want to rent. So you need both things. You need to have really good payment standards and also, you know, these protections. Okay. You can't refuse to accept a Section 8 tenant if the reason is that they're on Section 8 or they don't want Section 8. There are other reasons that they can refuse the tenant, okay? And, you know, they often look for protectional reasons to say no, and we'll talk about that. But if the tenant has a bad rental history or has a criminal record, you know, with a whole other training, then, you know, the tenant can be rejected. But it's just not, it can't be that I don't want to take Section 8. And because these laws are so new, landlords often don't know that this is the law. So I have a case when Santa Monica's law first passed and it was upheld. My client went to this property and said, I want to rent, and they said, and I have a voucher, and they said, we don't take Section 8. And she said, well, I really need that in writing because I need to tell my housing authority specialist that, you know, show proof of effort, right? I tell all my clients, you need to get it in writing. And they actually wrote it down. We do not take Section 8. And then we went to the city attorney's office because we have a very good partnership with our city attorney's office on enforcing this law. And between us, we were able to get them to accept her voucher because it was blatant, you know, like, we do not take Section 8. You can't do that. But a lot of times, as you know from other types of discrimination that, you know, where the protections have been in place for a longer time, landlords find other ways to sort of say they're not going to take you, and it's not going to be so obvious. It'll be, we rented the unit already, or something like that. So next slide, please. So if you are in a situation where your landlord, your prospective landlord, or the one you're trying to rent from, says, no, I don't take Section 8, what are your options? Obviously in Santa Monica, in LA, where you might have the options to file locally with a local agency or local, you know, city. But in most of the state, and including where you are in Bakersfield area, your remedy is to file a complaint with Department of Fair Employment and Housing, or to contact a Fair Housing Assistance Program, and they may also be able to assist. And sometimes you can also find a private attorney to sue the landlord. Those cases are for fair housing are great for, you know, in the sense that the tenant doesn't have to pay out-of-pocket costs. And that it's usually done, you know, either done on a contingency or it's done where you can collect fees per statute. So, and a lot of remedies are there. You can get your out-of-pocket losses, an injunction, you know, access to the housing that was denied, damages for emotional distress, civil penalties, punitive damages, and attorney's fees. So, so that, you know, is a really good thing. If you file with CRD, you know, they don't have a lot of resources right now for these cases, and advocates have been working really hard to try to figure out how to get them to take more of them. And I think a part of it is the legislature needs to fund more positions at you know, at the Civil Rights Department, which is now used to be Department of Fair Employment and Housing, and they need to take more of these cases. I do have one case where my client, I wrote a letter for somebody and he was, you know, I think I'm going to talk about it a little bit later, but anyway, ultimately got his unit, and that was through CRD's work. So I wouldn't give up on them, but I think you have to remember that they just don't have a lot of resources, and that's a whole separate discussion. Next slide, please. So recent litigation. So I have a case I've been working on since 2019, I guess. My client is Xander St. James. She's a 71-year-old Santa Monica rent-controlled disabled tenant who's lived in her unit since 1981. And she, at the time, was paying 90% of her income to rent, which is, you know, and a lot of people would say, oh, well, she's in a rent-controlled apartment and, you know, why isn't she just happy? But 90% of your rent makes it really difficult, especially when you're aging in place and your income doesn't go up very much. So she was awarded a voucher in November 2018. She offered it to the landlord via UPS, and no response. Sent it again, and then ultimately through the city attorney's office, and you know, they were negotiating with the landlord. The landlord said she would not sign the RTA and accept the voucher because she was concerned that the federal or city government would run out of money to fund the program. And this happened to be when there was, so February of 2019, we had a delay in our federal budget, and there were, you know, there was something there that she could cite, but ultimately, you know, the budget passed and, you know, everything was fine. But that was her argument at that time. So we tried to persuade her to take the voucher many times, and then the city sued her and her company, the landlord, Barber Bills and Wib Holdings. And then they threatened a preliminary injunction. So the landlord agreed to reduce the rent to $300 a month pending the outcome of the litigation. And then when we wrote to the landlord in 2019, late 2019, and we wanted to bring a case under FEHA. So we said in anticipation of the FEHA amendments, because the city's case was based on their local law, and will you accept the voucher? And the landlord attorney said, a court will decide that the landlord must take this voucher. And so ultimately the court did decide. Next slide, please. And we filed affirmative case, and there were 2 cases pending. You know, we went through a lot of things like an anti-SLAPP motion, and in September of 22, we filed a motion for summary adjudication. The city did, and we did, and it was granted in February. Landlord actually never filed oppositions, which was very strange. We don't understand why they didn't, or they did it late and the court never considered them. But if anyone is interested in seeing, I think I might have provided a copy of the court order in that case. But anyway, so we have summary adjudication, and we can now get probably a preliminary injunction to force the landlord to take the voucher. And our trial date is in December on some other claims that we have as well. So that was a really good result. And this is a landlord who came up with all kinds of excuses like it's slavery, literally citing whatever the amendment is now, 1300. I mean, it's slavery, and you know, it's forcing me to enter into a contract that, you know, it's interference with contract. And they just came up with all these things. And as I stated earlier, you know, those are not affirmative defenses. She said, I would agree to sign a contract on my terms, you know, kind of thing. And so anyway, none of that worked. So that's really good news. Of course, none of this is published, but it's still a good precedent for anyone who might want to bring a case like this. Next slide, please. We have another case at LAFLA that we're doing with DREDF, which is Disability Rights and Education Defense Fund. And not my case, but other people in my office are working on it. And this was Robert Gardner, who you might have read about this in the LA Times. It was publicized on the front page of the LA Times recently. He was the very proactive person. He went and applied to 22 different places for to use his voucher, and they all told him, no, we don't take Section 8. So he filed 22 complaints with or more with CRD, and they said, well, I think we'll only accept one of those complaints because they don't have the resources. But ultimately, because we couldn't really get CRD to do much, we filed this lawsuit. And I just learned that that 5 or 6 of the landlords have already settled out, and this guy's already moved somewhere else and used his voucher, but they've settled out for money, I think $35,000 so far, and agreed to a pretty good consent decree, which would be like, you know, training on fair housing and, you know, reporting information to the plaintiffs about, you know, applicants and, you know, things that would stating affirmatively they will take Section 8, things like that. I have that. There's a press release out there, and if you search for it on Google, you can see it. But you know, so they're already like 5 or 6 of these providers have already settled. So it's a lot of this is about enforcement, as I said earlier. We want landlords to know that they don't get to say no. It's not an option, and as Gardner said in the press release. Next slide, please. Okay, so what are some of the common discriminatory and invasive practices? I call this the whack the mole. You know, refusing to fill out paperwork, delaying completion of the paperwork, the RTA, waiting to return it to the PHA, or just ghosting the tenant. Like, I've had people like, oh, I sent it. Okay, but it's 4 weeks later and no one received it. Requiring the family to make 3 times the rent, we talked about that. Not holding the unit for a Section 8 applicant, but holding it for other applicants, and then claiming the unit was rented. Increasing the security deposit, stating that the unit size has to match the voucher size. I have a case like this right now where I have an existing rent control tenant who lives in a 2-bedroom unit. She has a 1-bedroom voucher, and our payment standards in Santa Monica right now are kind of low for the area, and they hopefully will go up, but let's say $1,930 is the payment standard. And her rent is $1,100. And the landlord's like, well, sorry, she's in a 2-bedroom. We want the full payment standard. And we also want, you know, a 2-bedroom payment standard. So I'm going to write to this landlord, and obviously the city will as well, because we work in partnership a lot with the city attorney's office. And, you know, it's a major property management company, and they just don't understand the relationship between the unit size and the voucher size. So a lot of that needs just to be clarified, and education is really a big part of this. Next slide, please. So they also do things like they say the rent cannot exceed the payment standard, which we know isn't true, because if you can pay up to 40% of your income in the first year, so that some applicants can afford more, so that's just not true. They say we need advanced approval from the housing authority for the rent demanded. That's not true. You first submit the RTA to the housing authority, and then the housing authority specialist will work with the landlord to come up with the correct rent for that unit based on whatever the rent reasonable standards are. In a rent controlled jurisdiction like where we are, you know, they go to the rent controlled rent, but you know, that needs to be done after the RTA is submitted, at least to my understanding. I had one where they accused the family of lying on the application because there was no place on the actual you know, like a online application which said where you could put down that you were using a voucher. So they couldn't really disclose it. There was no place to disclose it. And then they said, sorry, we're not renting to you because you're lying. Okay. And then you have no rental history or a bad rental history. I mean, I get the bad rental history part, but with no rental history, this is really a problem for people who have been unhoused. There should be alternative ways to prove that you are actually going to be a good tenant. And that may require some additional protections. And I think there's some proposed legislation on this. But I think that, that's going to be the cutting edge issue. One of them is to get people who are unhoused to be able to use their vouchers. This cannot be, not having a rental history cannot be a reason. Otherwise, no one will be able to rent up. So the other one, which is also kind of cutting edge, is credit score. Your credit score is too low or the applicant has no credit. We'll talk more about that in a few minutes. Raising the rent after the family applies. And in the case where I mentioned my client where they wrote down notes that we don't take Section 8, after we left there, she left there, they raised the rent on the internet. And then they said, now this is the rent and it's over the payment standard. We're like, you already said no when the rent was the correct rent, affordable for her. You don't get to just raise the rent to avoid renting to this person. And between the city attorney's office and our office, we were able to convince them. And she's still there, which is really nice. Okay, so here's this was a case I wanted to bring, but unfortunately the client's, I don't think, really wants to move forward because it's hard to go through litigation. But this is a property in Santa Monica that has 300 something units, 100 of which are affordable units. And most of those people who live in those units are Section 8 tenants. This is a new property management company called Bazzuto. If anyone's heard of them, new for this building. So my client lost his job during COVID as a waiter, which we know is very common. Probably most waiters lost their job during COVID. And he's 62. He incurred a lot of credit card debt and it tanked his credit score. He received a home voucher from the city of Santa Monica and applied to rent an affordable unit at this property. He was turned down because his credit was bad. This was determined by RentGrow, which is a very common rental screening company that you might have encountered in where you are, I'm not sure. His share of rent was going to be $12 a month. The landlord suggested they turned him down. He said, even though his rent's $12 a month, they said, get a third-party guarantor or a surety company. They would only insure a year of rent if he paid a full month's rent, not just his share, the full $1,500 or the single, like $1,500 or $1,600 a month. If you pay that money to us, unrefundable, we will guarantee your rent. And I just think this business model is not working for Section 8. It may work for other people, but I think it even violates program rules potentially. So then we offered $144 upfront, his share of rent for a year, and we also offered a higher security deposit, and they just said no. So eventually this may be dealt with by legislation. There's several proposed bills in California right now on not being able to use someone's credit as a measure for their ability to rent with a voucher. But I understand that the current legislation that is pending, I don't have the bill number on hand, but it basically is in suspension. So that may mean it goes into a big black deep hole and we don't know, it never comes out. But it also could mean that this is just the beginning of a process to get this type of problem covered. It just takes several years sometimes before the state legislature actually passes these laws. So there definitely is a recognition of this. Next slide, please. Then I think this was the case I was going to mention earlier where my client went to CRD. This guy had an EHV voucher and he had no credit. He didn't owe money to anyone. He didn't have a car. He didn't have a student loan. He didn't have any credit. And he applied to several apartments. And the one in El Segundo, California, refused him because he had no credit. The one in Santa Monica said because he had no credit, he got a very low credit score and he was turned down. So we sent letters to the housing provider and they eventually agreed to accept him, but it turned out that the EHV voucher that he had couldn't be used in Santa Monica. And that was a whole other thing because there's special rules for that. So with regarding the El Segundo property, he filed a complaint and they accepted the case and offered conciliation. And ultimately the landlord agreed to accept him. And I had written a letter to the El Segundo property, which I think helped because that letter was reviewed by the people at CRD, and I think they saw the argument as to why this was discrimination. And he recently emailed me like this week. He's in the property and he's ecstatic that he got this unit. So I'm very happy to see this result. Next slide, please. So here's some strategies for getting housing providers to accept vouchers. I thought about this when I did this training in the San Diego Fair Housing Program training in February. And I was thinking through like, what can we do to combat voucher discrimination? Because we have these laws now and so here are some things I'm thinking of. So we need to have, in places other than California, places throughout the country, they need to have, the source of income laws need to explicitly cover vouchers. It was the problem that we had in the early 2000s here, that there was no real, it wasn't clear. And then there shouldn't be any exceptions for burdens because that would swallow up the entire protection. A robust adjudication process, including attorney's fees and stiff penalties. I'm thinking maybe letting people go to small claims court when they're denied based on like an advertisement, something simple, and then getting a penalty in small claims court. That maybe it won't solve getting them their housing necessarily. It might, if the landlord still has something available, but I think it's also just sending the message to everyone, including the courts, that this type of discrimination is prohibited. And then giving standing to local governments to enforce FEHA. Right now, they don't have standing. They have to sue under the UNRU Civil Rights Act, which they do have standing under. So, or other local laws. So that could be an obstacle, and dealing with that would be interesting, unless you can get your local government to pass a law and then have them enforce it. Because having local enforcement is really, really helpful from my experience. And funding strong fair housing enforcement by both the government, state and local, and nonprofit agencies. And use a collaborative approach like we use in Santa Monica. Actually, Gary Rhodes, who's the city attorney I've been working with the most, he published an article, which I think I've provided through the ABA, where he talks about all the success stories between working in this collaborative approach with legal services. And the housing authority is also really instrumental because we need to make sure everybody understands what the protections are. And when there's someone is turned down, they can go directly, they know to refer to LAFLA or they know to refer to the city attorney's office, and we can quickly get this resolved, because the goal here is not to sue landlords, but to get the housing leased up for the person as soon as possible before the unit is gone. So coordinating referrals, as I said, engaging the private bar by potentially doing trainings through, let's say, the state bar, toolkits, educating housing providers about their obligations through trainings, through public messages. I think we need to next slide, please. We need to educate, train voucher holders, their advocates, and social service providers. And doing trainings for social service providers on a regular basis is critical because there's such a big turnover, at least in my experience. Testing is really important. Spreading the news when you're successful through press releases. Providing financial incentives might be something that we could do in California, like tax breaks, a security deposit assistance program like they're doing in Oregon and Virginia. Interestingly, there is a proposed law right now, which I think is about voucher utilization to help low performing housing authorities in California to increase their voucher utilization. I think the state may have some funding for that if this law passes, which would help with security deposits and housing navigation. So if anyone's interested, I can provide that reference to that law that is pending, which I think would be really great if it passes, because I think we need to have a carrot and stick approach. Improving, one of the ideas I had is improving technology. We do so many things automatically. you know, with the computer. And it's like, if you could just submit the RTA through just pressing a button on your computer, and would eliminate a lot of these delays that landlords, you know, can use as a pretext or a way to get around it. You could just sign up immediately, upload all the information, and it goes straight to the housing authority without having to submit paper documents. We haven't done that in Santa Monica. I don't know if you have there, but I think that would be really great. Federal legislation to prohibit source of income discrimination. There is a bill pending in the House or Senate, I can't remember which. And, you know, I think it's going to be hard to pass, but there is this idea that this source of income discrimination is something that, you know, needs to be a federal protection, because many jurisdictions won't pass this law, like Texas, for example. Increasing voucher payment standards using the small area FMR, which I think Santa Monica is considering doing. They haven't done yet, but we're looking forward to that. Expanding search time and rebranding Section 8 and touting its advantages to landlords. So that would be really important. Next slide, please. Also confirming that the unit, so for the applicants to get housing providers to accept vouchers, they need to confirm the unit is affordable. So they need to also, it's important that they do that calculation, because a lot of times how the applicants don't understand it's really hard to make this calculation if you don't understand how it works. But you also have to include utilities. So you really want to confirm the unit is affordable. You want to ask to see the unit before you mention that you have the voucher. This may be controversial, but if you don't get in to see the unit, you don't get to apply. It's sort of like ban the box, you know, like someone has criminal history potentially or not, and the landlord's already going to be prejudiced against them because they ask up front. I think you should be able to apply for the unit and then present the voucher, but I'm sure others might disagree with that. I just feel like, you know, just mentioning on the phone you have a voucher is just the end of it for most people. And then and getting it confirmed in writing that they don't take Section 8, communicate by email when possible, save all advertisements and screenshots. That's critical for being able to later come back and bring a case, either affirmative case or an administrative complaint. And then identifying the name of the person, the date, the time, what was said, all of that. Just you need that evidence, and we need to really get our applicants to, you know, keep those records. And then again, emphasizing the advantages of Section 8, that the majority of rent is paid directly to the landlord, direct deposit in most cases. Criminal background check is done by the housing authority, and you know, if the landlord has problems with the tenant, they can, you know, go to the PHA who can help to resolve those issues. Next slide, please. Questions? Does anybody have any questions?
I have a question. If
Denise, I'm gonna actually have individuals send the questions to me directly. We're running quite a bit more behind than anticipated. And we wanna go ahead and catch up and make sure we can break at lunch. So if you have questions for Denise, please send those directly to me. My business card is inside inside the folder, as well as the registration fee. But Denise, thank you so much for taking the time to present this information for us today.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you.
And then we do have one of our attorneys, Gina Kent, that wants to just make a couple quick points about the presentation we just had.
Hey everyone, I'll make this short and sweet. Denise, if you're still listening, thank you so much for that information and talking about cases we worked on. I just wanted to repeat a couple things. Denise mentioned a couple times trying to work with a referral agency. So this may be obvious, but the Fair Housing Law Project and GBLA, we do want to assist people who believe they've experienced discrimination in their housing. So many of you, when you're working with your clients, if you have a client who thinks they have experienced source of income discrimination, let's focus on that, because that's just what we were talking about. Please feel free to refer them to our department, and our brochure is in the materials, because we're going to try to, you know, do our best to assist clients. I also wanted to highlight that we do have a representative from the California Civil Rights Department here. The table is on the wall there. So Denise was talking about, individuals can file source of income discrimination complaints with CRD. They can do that directly, or, they can see if one of our staff can assist. But she's there with materials from CRD, including, I think, a fact sheet about source of income discrimination. Thanks.
So I was waiting this announcement later, but I'm gonna go ahead and share with you now. So unfortunately, our afternoon speaker was not able to join us. So with that, since we have a little bit of a delay in our presentations because of tech and so forth, don't worry, we're still gonna be able to get to the others that are here. And we may or may not have a special presentation at the end, just where time goes. But we're gonna go ahead and move to our next presenter at this time before we break. If you guys don't mind, feel free to, oh, and I also wanna mention, all of these sessions are being recorded. We will have these on our YouTube channel next week. So if there's any information you're missing, we'll have these on, as well as there are going to be some handouts that you don't have available today. If you're interested in the slides, again, send an email directly to me and I can send you the copies of those slides. So we're going to move now on to a different type of discrimination, be focused on emotional support now. So our first presenter is going to be Dr. Terry Goldstein, who is the CEO and founder of Dr. Terry's Inclusion Solution, facilitator of the Current Disability Collaborative. She has spent more years working in California public higher education with students with disabilities than she has working off campus. She brings with her many years' experience leading campus offices for students with disabilities, currently at the Cal State Channel Islands, and previously, most recently, at Bakersfield College as Director of Disabled Students Programs and Services. To increase inclusion and improve access for individuals with disabilities, Dr. Terry left collegiate life and founded Dr. Terry's Inclusion Solution and created the Inclusive Access System. The system contains easily and immediately implementable tips and tools, as well as information through the lens of individuals with a range of visible and invisible disabilities. Thank you, Dr. Goldstein, for joining us.
All right, well, I'm gonna go try to wake up the room a little bit, so I want everybody to give a little shake. Woo! You should be working now. Okay, wonderful. But I'm gonna tell you something else that Cassie doesn't know, is that I'm mixing it up a little bit, because I noticed that the person who's speaking right after me is covering a lot of the same information. So rather than being duplicative, there was a few things I just wanted to make sure that I mentioned. Oh, and I put a business card, my brand new business cards for my brand new business here on the front counter. Please feel free to grab them. I am the facilitator of the Current Disability Collaborative. So we meet once a month. Right now it's the second Thursday at 1, but we're going to be changing that up because it's the same time as the Rugenberg Center's collaborative meeting. And so we're going to change it up for next year, starting, our years are academic, so starting in July. I also sit on the board of directors for Ask Kern, which is Advocates for Special Kids of Kern. So we help support families in their progress through the school system for their kids who have IEPs or 504 plans. I made a whole bunch of notes here. Yes, very high tech. Oh, and I brought my camera because I wanted to document this, because what a full house here. I mean, give it up to GBLA, right? Look at this. It's I mean, you can't ask for more than that when you throw a party, right? Okay. So I want to take a moment just to talk about some other possible access needs for individuals with physical disabilities that you might encounter. So for instance, they might need ramps, grab bars in the shower. They might need, if they're a wheelchair user, to remove doors or door jambs, because it has to be at least 32 inches wide so you don't scrape your knuckles when you're trying to get through a door. They might need increased power usage because they might have medical equipment, or also to be able to use more heating or air conditioning because of regulating body temperature. So these are some of the things. They might need to install a a ring or some other kind of video doorbell system. Maybe they're deaf, right? And so then they can't hear if there's a knock on the door, so they need something else. Also for somebody who's deaf or hard of hearing, visual alarms like smoke alarms and carbon monoxide alarms, they make them that are specifically for people with hearing loss that flash and make a sound. So know that these things are readily available and not high cost. It's really not more than a smoke alarm might otherwise cost. Make sure the most important thing is to work with the individual. Work with the individual, find out what their needs are and why, and know that you're not alone, right? So there's resources. We've got a shout out to my friends over here at the Independent Living Center, Kirk County, raise your hand. Woo! So they are here. Give them a call, right? That's part of what they're here for, is to help you with these issues, help walk you through, help point in directions if they can't, solve it themselves. Also, look for other resources out in our community. And by that, I saw on the news, there was a veteran who was living in a trailer and he needed a ramp so that he could get into the trailer, not have to wiggle himself up the stairs and then jump into a wheelchair at the top. And so the Carpenters Union got together and built a ramp, and they had so many volunteers, like too many volunteers. I thought, how wonderful is that? What if we got like Floyd's and Home Depot and Lowe's together to donate supplies, and the Carpenters Union maybe once a month, pick a family that needs it and build them a ramp, because there's not just one person, it's not a one-off. Right? There's a lot of folks in the community that can use that kind of access to their home. Now, in the packet, I did not include, that was a great idea, the QR code. Didn't even think of that. Going to do that next slide. There's a great HUD document that I came across. And so if you go to the HUD homepage, to program offices, then to FEO home, then to assistance animals. So there's all this information there on assistance animals. And at the bottom of it is the very first link at the bottom is to this 19-page document that really, really goes through what we're talking about.
And I'll just say that's a really big document. I have a small handful available today if you'd like to review it. Otherwise, feel free to email me and I can send you that PDF version of the document she's referring to.
So we have a very small amount printed out. It's 19 pages, not a lot. So that's why the QR code is just an awesome solution. Wow. Technology, go figure. Okay, so I recommend just having that on hand. And then, especially with the last presenter, we're talking about a lot of the complaints, filing a complaint. And as my introduction said, I really try to bring to you the experiences of myself and other folks that I work with. And I want you to take a moment and really think about the energy and what it costs someone to file a complaint. And I'm not talking about money costs. I'm talking about mental costs. I'm talking about physical costs, anguish. It takes a lot, and people are more likely to not file a complaint than to file a complaint. For every one complaint, there's probably 10 more just like it out there. So we need to be gentle with those folks that are actually stepping up to file a complaint and do whatever we can to support them and recognize how much it costs physically and otherwise to file such a complaint. Okay, so did you want to go ahead and flip? I'm going to go through this really fast, so kind of speed talking. Classifications of service animals. Keep going. Service, emotional support, and therapy. Next one. So common therapy animals. As you get older, your eyes get worse. You got to move over and actually see my cheat sheet over here. So therapeutic visitations. You might see news stories about dogs going into hospitals and helping kids, and that's such a great thing. So that's a type of a therapeutic animal. So hospitals, rehabilitation facilities, nursing homes, we know that it improves people's health to have animals around. If you've never met Marty's Month here in town, And so when I was working at Bakersfield College, we used to bring in Marley's Let's Talk sometimes during finals week, so that students could come and pet puppies during breaks instead of stressing about finals. Animal assisted therapy. Here in town, we have MARE, which is Therapeutic Riding Center. Again, these are just wonderful programs that help people with a wide range of disabilities. But these animals are not protected by federal law. Okay, the next one. So just keep going. I didn't realize I hate transitions like that. Okay, service animals, only dogs and miniature horses. And yes, miniature horses. I have not yet met someone with a service miniature horse. If you go online, there's some amazing pictures of miniature horses wearing cute little, like, laced up shoes, like tennis shoes. Amazing. There's several reasons. For some people, well, first of all, they live longer than dogs. Some people live in horse communities. And also there are some religious practices where dogs are considered dirty. And so horses work in those situations. So the big thing is that you must perform a worker task, okay? So if somebody's saying, oh, well, having Fluffy here makes me feel better, making the person feel better, but not doing anything other than just their presence, then it's not a service. So a service can include navigating visual environments, alert to the presence of sound, so there's hearing ear dogs. There's dogs that alert people to seizures, changes in blood sugars, panic attacks. So I was at Target, I was here in town and I saw somebody with a big giant service dog, and I watched as the dog pressed up against the man, like really hard, so the man would rub his ear. And that was a service animal who recognized that person was having a panic attack, notified that person they recognized they had a panic attack by that lean, so the person would rub their ear and calm down and not have a panic attack. That's a service. Okay, so the dog has to do something. There's dogs that remind people to take their medicines. There's so many different ways that service animals are used with people with a range of disabilities. Balance and stability. I met a guy in a park one day, he had a big dog, and he had a special handle on his back because he didn't have balance going down steps. And so the dog would go down and he would put his hand on the back of the dog and help him go down steps. I mean, there's just so many different ways. And interrupting or preventing destructive, impulsive or destructive behaviors. So, I mean, again, just a wide range. People, I find a lot of the folks that have service dogs may not have a good, quick statement about what the service is. The only one time that I asked the question that we're going to talk about in just a moment, the person freaked out. And there's only two questions you can ask, and I lost my train.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I lost my train of thought. So there's only two questions you can. Oh, they don't have a brief. All the person needs to tell you is they alert. They alert me. They guide me. It does not need to be the person. Oh, that's where I was. The person when I asked just lost her mind. Screaming, crying, yelling. Ran back to my office, the disability office, to complain until I walked in and went, that was me who asked her that question. And she needed just a quick, I'll say the same as dog alerts me, dog calms me, whatever. All right, so service dogs are allowed any place that person will go. Okay, we're just gonna leave it at that. Next person's gonna talk about this more. Next slide, please. So emotional support animals. And I know, again, that our next speaker is going to talk a lot about this, so I'm not going to get into this a lot. But emotional support animals, there's a connection between the presence of the animal and reduce symptoms, whatever that is, right? So it mitigates some of the impact of the disability by having that service, that emotional support animal. And it can be almost any animal. I've heard no reptiles because of contracting or disease interplay between humans and the reptiles, but turtles are okay. That was on the document. Again, PSA, emotional support animals are passive, so they don't physically do anything, but their presence does. You know, I had a student who had a little Pomeranian, and as long as she had that Pomeranian in her purse, she could be in a classroom. She couldn't be in a classroom without it. Okay, and permitted in housing, including hotels and student housing. Bakersfield College is getting student housing. Woohoo! And you cannot charge that fee, and you cannot deny an emotional support animal, even if you have a no animal policy. And in California, service dogs in training have the same rights as a service dog. Just putting that up there too. Next slide, please. Okay, so there's a three-pronged approach. Let's just go to the next slide. So the first one is, does this person have a legally protected disability? This is the same thing we go through when you come to a disability services office or any place else. The first step is, do you have a disability? Now, this is where we don't want you to get really invasive. You don't need in-depth information. You don't. It's not your business. So you need to walk that line, and I know that our next speaker is going to talk about this. But you need to walk that line between getting enough to make the determination that this is in fact a person with a disability, but you don't need all of their medical documentation. You don't need that. If somebody has, if they've proven to a government entity that they are a person with a disability, right? So if they've proven to Social Security and they get SSI or SSDI, they should be able to show you an award letter. And that it should be sufficient for this first prong. We're just talking about for the first prong. So is this person legally protected? If they're from the VA, if they have a service-connected rating, or it doesn't have to be service-connected, anything that says that they're getting benefit due to disability. At the college, if you've got the accessible parking placard, right? We don't want the placard that you could be using grandma's. We want the one that says, you know, this is from the DMV that says that Jane Doe is supposed to have this parking placard, but that shows that you've proven to them that you have some kind of physical disability. So you get that, so you don't need this, that's for the first prong. Then the next one, so then the next question is this a service dog or is this an emotional support animal? Okay, so the only two questions that you can ask, is it? This is it. Is the dog required for a work or task because of a disability? That's it. And what work or task are they trained to perform? You can't ask them to show you. That's it. Those two questions. And if they say yes and yes, that's it. So the service dogs, and this is where it gets really confusing to a lot of people. You can buy those vests that say service dog online for a few bucks, and a lot of people do, because it allows them to take Fluffy with them everywhere, right? So there is no special certification. There is no doctor prescription or training for a service dog. You can train your own service dog. Some people do. I have a friend who has a German Shepherd. The German Shepherd just started figuring out when she was going to have a panic attack, would nudge her, she'd lay down, the dog would lay on top of her. Right? So no special training needed. And then again, if the dog does not perform a task, then it's an ESA. The dog does not need to be on leash because, for instance, I've got a friend whose son's quadriplegic. He can't hold leash, but the dog needs to be in the handler's control. Next slide. So second prong is this a service dog? If it's a service dog and the person's got a disability, that's it. It stops right there. Right? You go, yes. But if it's an ESA, then you need to take this next step, which is, do you have documentation from a source that knows the person or has actually met with the person? that shows the connection between the need for that animal and the disability. Right, so going back to our VA, maybe the person's working with the vet center here in town. So on the vet center stationery could send a letter saying, you know, this is needed because of da-da-da-da. So we need to be prudent in making sure we're getting sufficient documentation, but we also don't want to create more barriers by demanding excessive documentation. And I know that our next speaker is going to talk a lot about this. I'm not going to go into it except to say you must engage in a good faith dialogue. That's the biggest thing. If you haven't talked to the person or the renter or the owner rather, leaser has not talked to the person and really worked out some of this stuff, try to resolve it between themselves, and you're gone. That's if the person files a complaint, you've got nothing to stand up. It's called the interactive process. It's a legal requirement in my field of disability services. It's a legal requirement in a lot of organizations. So do not forget to include the person with the disability. I can tell you so many stories of people freaking out about things and thinking things were going to cost so much and be so difficult. And then when they actually finally talk to that person, it was something really easy and nominal. And they were making a big deal out of nothing. So always start with that person and their needs. Okay, and never ever keep going. Pet a service dog, right? Because if they're, no matter what, whether they're guiding somebody blind or anything, they're working. So you do not want to distract them from their work. Always ask. Because it's not a no, but never touch without asking. Never ever feed. Oh my God, I had students on campus that were slipping the service dog, the guide dog, food during class. He's blind, he didn't know it. Right? They're on a campus-wide thing saying don't do that. Because dogs are on a feeding and toileting schedule, right? Because if you've got 10 minutes between class, that dog do what you gotta do in that 10 minutes, right? And have the dog whisper. No look, no touch, no eye contact, right? Okay, and just real quick, I have left education and I am setting up my own consulting business called Dr. Cherry's Inclusion Solutions. What I'm really trying to do is first of all, get disability into the DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion conversation because it's often left out, even if it's DEIA for accessibility, people are often still not thinking accessibility for people with disabilities. So what I'm doing is quick information, like for instance, how can you tell if that document that you're attaching to an email and you're going to mail it out to all of your consumers, clients, whatever, how do you know if it's accessible or not? Can you copy it and paste it? If you can't copy it, a screen reader won't be able to read it, or somebody who can't use their hands will not be able to manipulate it. So that's a real easy, so that's the kind of thing that I'm trying to bring. I'm trying to bring out also that it's not all just physical accessibility and digital accessibility, and those are very important, but it's also programmatic access. Are you setting up requirements that are creating barriers that are not needed? And the last one is the most important of all, attitudinal access. Because it's our biases and conscious and unconscious that are keep perpetuating this. So anyways, that is what I'm doing. If you have any more interest in talking to me about that or about the collaborative, happy to have everyone join our list. Please pick up a card, and I look forward to talking to you all soon. So thank you very much.
You did a great job, got us back on track. We
See,
can
I
take a
got us
couple
back on track. I deserve a round for that. Come on, I got us back on track. So with that, I'm gonna ask, does anybody have any quick questions that I can help answer about access, accommodations, community organizations.
I have a question about the housing at BC, but I'll ask you your.
A question about housing in BC. Yeah, almost all the community colleges in the state are gonna get housing. It is unless you work there, because they're pretty cool. I said, well, it is unless you work there, because, I mean, to me, it's like all of those problems, the systems you gotta put in place for drugs and alcohol and all the other stuff that comes when you do housing with a bunch of college students.
Yeah, right.
You know, so that's why.
She's not here yet.
I'm glad I'm not there, and my
Yeah,
friend
she is.
is
She's right
dean
there.
of students, cries in his sleep sometimes. Any other questions?
We don't have any online.
Okay, so there's no online, so we're gonna get a lot more information on this. You're gonna get it from the HUD directly. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Okay, so you will notice that we also skipped a break in between. That's because of our tech problems. We had that, but we are kind of running back on track. I will also call out that because of the little bit of delay, I pushed the lunch hour a little bit more too. Again, we had that flexibility this afternoon, so I made a decision in the moment. But thank you, Dr. Terry. I appreciate that. She is a great person to work with in the Current Disability Collaborative. And over the last couple of years that I've worked and participated in that collaborative, I've learned a lot of different things about people with the same disabilities and their needs and accommodations that assisted me in my role here at GBLA. So up next, we have a speaker, Sally Pye with the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, who's also going to join us virtually today. Sally Pye has worked as an investigator for HUD's Fair Housing and Employment Office Region 9 since 2011 and has been the Enforcement Branch Chief for Southern California since 2020. She supervises a team of investigators and graduated from the University of California, Irvine and Loyola Law School, Los Angeles, and was admitted to the California State Bar in 2006. Before joining HUD, she worked as an attorney on issues of employment and immigration law. Please welcome Sally Pye virtually.
Sally, can you hear us?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Hi, thank you for the opportunity here today to talk a little bit about a hot topic, which is assistance animals are not pets and reasonable accommodation under the Fair Housing Act. Next slide, please. So I work for the Office of Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity. We are the branch in HUD that enforces the Fair Housing Act and the Title II of the ADA, and also other local, state and local housing program related to disability civil rights law that receives funding, such as Section 504. Here at the Office of Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity, we have 3 branches, and one of our branches, the intake branch, which receives complaints from the public, and that's probably where a lot of you guys have contact with us through the intake branch. And I work for the enforcement branch, which once the complaint is filed, it's passed to us for investigation and conciliation. And in that role, we are the neutral fact finder until there's sufficient evidence to determine the merits of the case. And our third branch is the program compliance branch, and they conduct compliance reviews of recipients of federal funding. And we also provide education and technical assistance about the law we enforce, and such as today's program. Next slide, please. So I don't know if you can see the numbers, but this is the nationwide numbers from the past 10 years of all type of cases filed with HUD. And we kind of isolated to the cases that are related to assistance animal and reasonable accommodation. And as you can see that there's a trend going upwards in the last 10 years. And in the last 5 years, they kind of stabilized, and it's hovering around 40% of all complaints filed with us are related to reasonable accommodation, and approximately 15% of those cases are related to assistance animal or service animal. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. So assistance animal is a broad term. So like our first speaker has talked about that, assistance animal covers service animal, which is also included in the ADA. And she talks about horses and dogs and miniature animal, other animals. But assistance animal incorporates all types of trained and untrained animals that provides provides a service, a task, performs a task, or provides emotional support or comfort. Next slide, please. So because HUD interprets the Fair Housing Act to require access to service animals, we recommend that whenever a housing provider encounters this type of question, they should always start their analysis with the service animal definition in mind. So the service animal is defined by the Department of Justice as any dog that is individually trained to do work or perform tasks for the benefit of an individual with a disability, including a physical, sensory, psychiatric, intellectual, or other mental disability. Other species of animals, whether wild or domestic, trained or untrained, are not considered service animals for the purpose of ADA's definition. The work or task performed by a service animal must be directly related to the person's disability. Next slide, please. So service animal, like our last speaker says, they perform work or task, and they are specifically trained to provide the task to assist the person who has a disability. And we recommend that if you establish that, make no further inquiries, and allow the animal to be in the common areas or in housing. As long as you're confirming that, hey, this dog is needed because of a disability, the person can identify that an action or a task that the dog is trained to take, then, and this is helpful to their disability, then that's the end of the inquiry. Next slide, please. So assistance animal, on the other hand, is a broader category. So assistance animals do not have to be trained, particularly just like our last speaker say, they can be take an inactive role. For the benefit of a person, they don't have to. Assistance animal does not particularly have to be a dog. They do not have to be trained to perform a task. They may just provide, comfort, emotional support, provide the person with necessary social connections to help them reduce stress. They provide a therapeutic benefit. Sometimes the benefit comes from taking care of the animal itself. It can be, helping the person to have a routine, to be calming, and from them, and helping them to alleviate symptoms of their disability. So similar to service animals, exceptions must be made for assistance animal, including waivers of no pet policies, fees, breed restrictions, restrictions on numbers of animals, zoning laws, or HOA rules. Next slide, please. So I want to emphasize that service and assistance animals are not pets. And I encourage you to think about them as a medical tool or a medical assistive device, like a walker, like a wheelchair, like a cane. And, you know, they're not subject to no pet rules. And they're not subject to breed restrictions or types. I see a lot of housing provider, they'll have a certain breed restriction, like no pit bulls, no, you know, animals over 20 pounds, you know, things like that, those are, those exceptions must be made for assistance animal. Or, you know, charge a rent pet or rent deposit, you know, those are not allowed for assistance animal. You can charge for actual damage caused by the assistance animal, but not, you know, like charge a deposit based on stereotype that, well, you know, if you're going to have a dog in unit, you know, the dog is going to destroy the unit, that type of thing. Housing providers may require individual to restrain their animals in the common area unless it impedes the animal's ability to perform tasks. So for example, I had a case involving a person that need the animal to get help when they are incapacitated. And so, you know, like rule tethering them to a particular area in the common area would not work for that particular situation. A housing provider can require the tenant to be a good owner of their animal, and that means, you know, picking up after their animal, ensuring that their animal is not harassing other tenants or growling, being aggressive, exhibiting aggressive behavior, things like that. Okay, next slide, please. Unique animals. So assistance animal really can be any type of animal. So, you know, housing providers cannot refuse to permit an assistance animal based on the type of animal it is. And so mostly, you know, they must allow commonly kept household animals such as cats, dogs, gerbils, hamster, fish, reptile, birds. And the requester who seeks to have a unique animal, if somebody is asking for an animal that is not a common household animal, they have a burden to show you that, you know, this is a disability related, there's a therapeutic need for this particular specific animal. And the housing provider is not required to permit an animal whose presence on the property will violate the law. And so, you know, if there's some kind of zoning requirement, for example, I can think of an example like chickens or roosters. Some zoning code prohibits that because they crow, right? And that you can ask the requester to first obtain a variance from the city, and then they can make a reasonable accommodation, a request with the city to get a variance on that. And next slide, please. Multiple animals. So the fair housing laws do not limit the number of assistance animal a person can have. And there may be situations where a person or a household requires more than one assistance animal. For example, you know, if you have a tenant that started with an assistance animal that, you know, which is an animal that is trained, that's untrained, but now they require a trained service animal, so then that person have two animals, each have a very unique job. Or if you have two people in the same household that each need their own assistance animal, I see that with children sometimes, that one needs assistance animal, another one also needs an assistance animal. They should not be expected to share their assistance animal. And also sometimes a person can have two assistance animals that have different therapeutic functions. I've seen cases where one person have one that calms them down, and one person have one where the animal help them have a routine and get up and perform their daily functions. A housing provider can require third-party verification. So that's something we're going to talk about a little bit later in the presentation. Next slide, please. So there are multiple laws that apply to assistance animals. So the Fair Housing Act applies to virtually all housing providers and housing related service providers. So apartments, condos, co-ops, single family homes, nursing homes, assisted living, group homes, mobile homes, college dormitories, some shelters, supportive housing, and local zoning authorities. And so, if you're a private landlord, the Fair Housing Act applies to you as well. And Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act applies to all programs or activities that receive federal financial assistance. So, project-based housing choice vouchers. And then ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, Title II applies to public entities that includes housing authorities, public housing, state universities, and some shelters. And Title III applies to public accommodations, so places in the housing that are open to the public. So rental office would be under that umbrella. And the Department of Justice is responsible for enforcing Title III. And here at HUD, we enforce Title II in relation to housing. And so this is the latest guidance that we issue in 2020 regarding assistance animal. And this guidance is available on our website. It was issued in January of 2020. And there's two sections in this guidance that really provides housing providers step-by-step guidance and information on what can they ask from a tenant that's requesting a reasonable accommodation, and how to kind of assess those documentations, and what can you ask from the healthcare providers. And the notice applies to all private housing providers who are covered under the Fair Housing Act, as well as public housing providers, local, state, and zoning authorities, as well as PHA's, public housing authorities. Next slide, please. So what information can a housing provider ask? So the housing provider may, but is not obligated to, request information that reasonably support that the person seeking an accommodation has a disability and a disability-related need for an assistance animal. The housing provider, however, may not request for information if the disability or disability-related need for the animal is visually obvious. And that's the language that's used in the DOJ joint statement and also in our guidance. So if you can see someone who's, have a very obvious disability or impairment, and it's really obvious what the animal is doing, maybe a seeing eye dog is the most common example, then you cannot ask as a housing provider that they provide proof to you from a health provider that they have a disability related need, because really you can already tell just by looking at the person and looking at their interaction with the animal that it's visually obvious that they need this animal. Next slide, please. So what should the verification include? Most often, housing provider, they receive a letter from a healthcare professional. Per the notice that I mentioned earlier, the letter should generally include the requester's name, so that's the tenant's name, and whether the verifier has a professional relationship with the person involving healthcare or disability-related services. And it should also include whether the person has a mental or physical impairment that substantially limits at least one major life activity or function. So that's really goes to the core of, how is this person disabled? And it should also include whether the person needs the animal because it does work, or it provides other assistance, or provides emotional support to alleviate symptoms or effects of the disability. And if applicable, like we talked about earlier, it would talk about why this person needs multiple animals, or why this person needs an animal that is not traditionally kept in the home. And yeah, so that's what should typically be included. Okay, limits on requests for information. So the housing provider may not require the use of any specific form. So really the DOJ's joint statement and the guidance is that, the person can make a request orally, and, it's, and usually for some kind of documentation purposes, you could say, okay, just so I get your request correctly, can you please put it in writing, or, here's a form. But you cannot say, if you don't submit this request back to me in this particular form, I don't consider you have made that request. That's not allowed. And you cannot require them to make a notarized statement. You cannot require that they make the statement under penalty of perjury, or you cannot ask for like detailed diagnosis or information about their particular disability, or request for medical records, or require that you speak to their healthcare provider, or request that they go to one of your medical providers and get an independent evaluation. Okay, so those are some of the things that we've seen that housing providers done that it's not allowed by the law. So who may verify, right? So the law specifically talks about that, that, the person who can provide the verification, it should be a reliable third party with personal knowledge of the requesting individual's disability or disability-related need for the animal. So that really encompasses not just medical providers, therapists, but also social workers, a facilitator of a peer support group, a non-medical service provider. So it could be like a health advocate type of person, or anyone who is in a position to know about the person's disability or disability-related need for an animal. Next slide, please. So continuing on, like there is no requirement under the federal law that the verification come from a third party who has known or treat or provide services to the person for a specific length of time. So I know that there's a new law in California, AB 468, that says, a verification letter must come from someone who has treated the person for at least 30 days. And the federal law, we don't have that requirement. And the reason is because it is possible for a provider to have personal knowledge of the individual's disability or disability-related need in a short period of time. For example, we have seen that providers may have sufficient personal knowledge only after knowing the patient for a short period of time, because they review the person's past medical history. For example, like the provider retire and the business or the medical practice was passed down to another person who had access to this tenant's medical history and is able to review and in a short period of time, concur based on past treatment notes and, talking to the former provider or therapist that this person needs this animal and for this particular reason. And so the California law really does not apply to our federal requirements, and or provide some kind of defense for the housing provider to reject a letter because they have not had at least 30 days of relationship with their current therapist. Okay, next slide, please. Documentation from the internet. So we are aware that there are websites that says, you know, if you pay like a certain amount, you can get a letter or a certification. And so we are aware of websites like that, and we don't, you know, consider, we review them in a case by case. Whenever we get a complaint, we review them in a case by case basis, and we suggest that housing providers do the same and not necessarily discount it and say, you know, I'm not going to accept it because this came from a website, but really look into the provider's letter to see if there is a reliable, if it contains reliable information and establish that the individual has a disability related need for the assistance animal. So as the previous speaker, you know, points out that there is no universal certificate or proof of registry or identification cards or vests that's, you know, issued that somehow certifies that this animal is an assistance animal or a service animal. And so really the analysis goes into the case by case analysis that we talked about earlier. Okay, next slide, please. And so we provide this kind of exception because really a lot of the, because federal government, we cover such a big area, and in some of the rural communities, really it's so hard for them to get in-person medical service. And so remote medical service that's you know, provided through the internet, telemedicine is so important in these parts of the country that, you know, we really look into that and accept that as a reliable verification of a person's disability related need for the animal. And we really, the key is whether or not this provider has personal knowledge of this individual's disability related need for the animal. And yeah, so this, you know, the personal knowledge is knowledge of the type that the healthcare provider ordinarily use to diagnose and to treat the person. So we really don't want to have a blanket ban on, you know, people receiving a certification from a telemedicine or a healthcare provider just because that they obtain the service through their phone or through their computer in a remote method. Especially in recent years, you know, we're seeing like an increase in people utilizing telemedicine, whether it's, you know, because of COVID or whatnot. This is just becoming much more prevalent that people receive medical care this way. Next slide, please. So another trend that we see is that, you know, some housing provider will automatically reject someone's certificate if they see that, oh, you know, you're connected to this provider through a particular website. And again, and, you know, they somehow associate the website with selling assistance animals letter. And, you know, we are aware in some incidents there's unscrupulous providers that does that, but we don't reject it offhand. We really look into it like case by case, and we suggest that the housing provider does that too, to see if, you know, this provider has provided telephonic or video evaluations and gained personal knowledge of this individual's need for assistance animal. Okay, next slide, please. And so when can a request be made? So, you know, a request really can be made at any time, right? They can be made at the time of application when they're touring the property, or it can be made at a time where, the tenants having a dispute with the landlord. Sometimes they make a request during the eviction process, and to have additional time to move out because of disability. So yeah, a housing provider must consider the reasonable accommodation request, even if the resident made the request after they have already brought the animal into the house, or after having received like a violation notice, like, hey, we notice you have an unauthorized animal in your unit. And we really encourage housing providers to review those notices objectively. Does this, if the resident is entitled to the animal as a reasonable accommodation, then the notice must be rescinded. And so we see that quite a bit. And so a housing provider cannot take adverse action against a resident just because they made a request after they first bring the animal into the property. So, my last point is, even if you feel like this tenant is lying to you, or is being dishonest, you must still consider the request and not move forward with a termination if this tenant is in fact entitled to an assistance animal. That means, they have a disability and they have a disability related need for the animal, and that is backed up by a third party verification. Okay, and lastly, for HUD-funded housing, most HUD-assisted housing that is designated for occupancy for elderly or persons with a disability, they must permit tenants to keep common household pets. So domesticated animals such as dogs, cats, birds, rodents, rabbits, fish, turtles, and it does not include other reptiles. So there are mandatory health and safety rules along with discretionary rules. And so subpart C does not apply to assistance animals. So restrictions on type, size, numbers cannot be applied. And the housing provider can still impose general rules regarding health and safety and nuisance. So it's okay to ask the tenant to keep the dog on leash unless it prohibits the animal from doing their job, and to be a good responsible owner, that is to pick up after their animal, and to make sure that there's reasonable noise control. Yeah. Okay, and the last slide, please. So last slide just provides some of our guidance. I still refer to them, when we review cases all the time. So these are the websites where you can get the guidance. There's a joint statement between HUD and Department of Justice on reasonable accommodation, reasonable modification, and the 2020 notice that I referenced in my presentation, and also questions about Section 504 if you are managing a property that receives HUD funding. Okay, so that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Do we have any questions in-house? And I don't see any online either.
All right, thank you, Sally.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
So again, all this information will be posted on our website next week. So with that, we're gonna take a lunch break. I did make the decision to expand that a little bit. So lunch will actually be ready at 12, so we have about 20 minutes. Take the opportunity to take a restroom break, talk to our great vendors that are in-house, network amongst one another. If you have any questions for the fair housing team, feel free to join us over to the right of the stage, your left, my right. But lunch will be ready at about noon. It will be buffet style. You will be served. So I'll let you guys know when 12 is hit. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't think about that. I was like, hold on, I have a slide. I have a slide. There we go. Okay.
All of us have emails.
What's that, Bacha?
Lunch is ready, and when those doors open, please form a line, like I said, the buffet style, and there'll be servers ready to assist you.
Yeah, there's gotta, yeah. Usually what they do, I used to do first 6 months, they, as long as they don't make over a certain amount, they should be able to make. And then if they make over a certain amount, that's the part that they tax on. And then slowly, that amount goes up. And then after like 3 years,
Still quite the line there, huh? I will find out.
Did you know Louis was the brakes on my back? It's over there. Yeah, just a little bit. Oh, no, I put a little bit of the cobbler with
Whipped cream is good. Yes, I used to make you know, and we're like, everything is low enough. I never got about it.
I'm gonna hide my stuff over here from
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh.
I just read one piece.
Arlington, they make it. Camel. There's across the street, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No one likes it. Never made it. And I'm like, what we do? No steak night. I know. Did you do here? It's not personal. I've always liked
When I was in Orlando, I went to a lobster and
You're like, wait, we need to. That were those. All the I weren't sure. I like sparkling water. Now, if they make it a quality different. You can't say, oh, no, it's a lot of that's like, you can't say, oh, well, you know, we only have nothing about married couples, about marital sex. So, we have to
Maybe they just think that around. Yeah. Never heard of it.
Is that?
Okay. You're on.
Just gonna make a quick announcement that we're gonna move on to our next speaker in about 10 to 15 minutes.
I think I only missed one cheese. I know they never noticed me.
No more. You gotta keep my time.
I just want to improve the drink draw. They see that, they can see that.
Yeah.
Can I take this? Do you know what Green Man is? Yeah. Yeah, that's what. Mark, you had about. Stop.
Hey, don't throw it away. They go to I said, fine, pack it all in. Where are we in terms of schedule? Oh, perfect. We're right on time. I'll give you a couple more minutes to clean up. Yes. Not this check. Thank you.
Okay. So, someone reach out.
I was like, before they take it away. Just fixing the screen real quick. I don't know where it docked at. Huh?
Did Joey show up?
I don't think so.
You didn't invite her?
Mm-mm. But where is my camera? The camera view, I've lost it. There. Oh, well. I mean, it is what it is. I hope it's there. It has been all morning, so it is what it is. Okay.
All right, welcome back. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next presentation. Hello, hi. Attention, please. We're going to go to our next presentation. Couple quick housekeeping. The waiters will continue to come around and clean up your plates when we go through the presentation. They're going to do their best to be as quiet as possible. I have also a couple requests have been made. If you decide to have a conversation during the presentation, can you please try to keep your voice down to a whisper so that those around you can enjoy and hear the presentation that's occurring. Again, restrooms to the north side of the building here. There will be a small break after this with some cookies. So if you didn't get full on the cake and the other items available, don't worry. We have some more sugar coming out here soon. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move on. Oh, and I want to give a special shout out. I don't know about you, but I thought lunch was absolutely delicious. Thank you, Hodel. You guys did everything right. You'll notice there is quite a bit of food left over, but do not despair. They will actually collect this food and donate it to the Bakersfield Rescue Mission when it's done. The food's not going in the garbage, it will be put to good use. So this morning we had some really great presentations on housing voucher discrimination, and then we covered some topics about emotional support animals. I know this morning we had a little bit of delays and the presentations weren't there, so I just want to reiterate. If you have a question for any of our morning speakers, feel free to write that down with your email and get that to me the day before you leave, or send me an email. I will not respond today because when you guys all leave, I got to stay behind and do a few things. But Monday morning when I return, I'll definitely reach back out to you. But with that, we're going to shift gears into a little bit of a different direction. So we're going to actually welcome to the stage Donato Cruz, and he's going to give a presentation on Kern County redlining. Mr. Cruz is a graduate of California State University, Bakersfield, and he holds a bachelor's and master's degree in history. His master's thesis research was on housing discrimination here in Kern County. His research explores the use of racially restrictive covenants and suburbanation in Kern County and the urban north and west, and the transformations of the Bakersfield after the 1952 earthquake. This is going to be a really interesting presentation, and he's going to go, if you don't know what redlining is, don't worry, he's going to go into that and share that with you. But please welcome Mr. Cruz to the stage.
The clicker should work, but if it doesn't, I'll attach. Okay, well, I'll do your.
Well, I'd like to thank you first for coming, and I know it's after lunch, so hopefully I can have what you sleep. So I'll start with my title. Let me adjust my users so I can look at it. Kern County Redlining Addressing California's California Association of Realtors Apology in 2022. I thought the title was appropriate since this is a conference on housing, and it's acknowledging the apology that California Association of Realtors gave last year. So I'll give some context, and mostly I try to frame it around the apology just because the association only gave an apology and actually did not give direct context to what their role in types of discrimination was over the years. So we can move to the next slide. And I'll explain. I know it's got some, that might have been just my fault with PowerPoint. The California Association of Realtors in 2022 recently apologized for the role in discriminatory housing practices. They announced some of the recent efforts to promote fair housing. This is from the website, California Association of Realtors apologized for past discrimination. This was in October of 2022. And in their statement, they said they supported legislation that provides a system for redacting restrictive covenants and property records. And at the end of the presentation, I'll have, if you do live in a home where there is historically some of this language, there is a process to actually get it struck from there. So what does this mean? So there's a long history to address in the apology. This presentation will cover the exploration of the history of the Federal Housing Administration, FHA, who's still here, and Kern County, Bayshore, California, through recommended racially restricted covenants that excluded Black, Latino, and Asian families. And from this analysis, the choice of location where communities live was less about their choice. It was more about systemic and racial disfranchisement and segregation. So we'll start with home lending. So how many people are familiar with redlining maps? Has anybody seen them in the news or previously later? So this is one for the city of Fresno. There's been a couple of articles throughout the past years where people have seen these, where they discovered. It's a lot of online databases that show what cities had maps. Bayshore did not have a map, not because the FHA or the HLC weren't here, it's because the population was not high enough for them to draw a map. So I know for a lot of people, when they see these maps, they're like, well, I wonder where Bakersfield kind of fit in, right? So the map was really about grading. So that's where you see the green, the blue, the yellow, and the red. Red means the least amount of the investment for HOLC and FHA. I'll explain a little bit more just so you can see it. And the term redlining comes from creating those red blocks where they refer to these areas of the least financial investment, more often than black and brown areas, right? So that's where the term comes from. So the FHA, the Federal Housing Administration, the HOLC, Homeowners Loan Corporation were created in the 1930s. There were New Deal legislation to kind of address the crisis of housing at that time. A lot of people were failing loans. They're trying to create a system where it would be kind of uniform and easy to get a loan, right? And with that, they had characteristics of desirability. And that's where these maps come from, is kind of identifying these characteristics of desirability. And I'll show later what the characteristics look like. But pretty much with that, for them to establish what they thought was consistent housing with less loss, they drew these maps. So the grading was color coded. So these residential security maps were made in the 1930s. This is the moderate population. So in this, we can see the evaluation right here on the left. This is for East Bakersfield, 1954. I believe this is the Hillcrest Shopping Center. And this is an FHA style grading. So you can see what kind of things they're looking for in financing. Is there a high school nearby? Is there a shopping center nearby? Is there a hospital, right? So certain things, in some cases, it's things that communities of color don't have, right? This mass infrastructure or investment in infrastructure. So in that inherently is excluding communities of color, right? So that's where I have, Bayshore does have the map. But so we can see from that the FHA and the HLC are grading with the similar standards that they are nationally here in Bakersfield. So in that, the FHA also recommends the use of racially restricted covenants. So covenants are agreements where they have restrictions on housing. I think commonly now they're CC&Rs. So in 1939, they also suggested using, well, actually recommended using racially restricted language. So this is common language. This is from a covenant here in Bakersfield. And it says, no part of property shall be used or occupied or permitted to be occupied by any person not of the white or Caucasian race, except for persons as are engaged in bona fide domestic employment of the owner thereof or those holding under said owner. So that's also a socioeconomic statement, right? But since the FHA is kind of the one who's establishing these rules of lending, real estate agents and homeowners use this language, even if they weren't using FHA or HOLC lending. So if they went with like a regular lender or if they went anywhere else, like buying on contract or anything like that. So this language becomes kind of universal across the United States, right? And we can see it here in Bakersfield. So this is the role of real estate agents. These are some of the code of ethics that I found on their website historically. We have the National Association of Real Estate Boards. The top one is hard to read, but they're recommending that real estate agents not place individuals that they think are going to be detrimental to the values of those properties. And similar, the California Real Estate Association makes that same recommendation, right? So it's segregationist ethics. They're encouraging real estate agents to not introduce people or characteristics that will lower the value in their opinion, right? So most of it has to do with racial bias rather than actual economic arguments, and we'll see that later as well. So I wanted to show what a neighborhood looks like in this. This is by, it's everyone from Bakersfield, maybe I have some people out of town, but if anybody knows where the Oleander area is, there's a couple of blocks west from there, right? So then it has a school, it has some churches, has something. So the restricted covenant allows us to see where infrastructure, right, and investment trends are going, right, especially during this time, and see where these legal agreements are being placed. I'll show a map later. So this is the racially restrictive covenant from that neighborhood, and it has that similar language. Said premises shall not be used or occupied by any person who is not of a white or Caucasian race. And some of the other covenants that I've seen that I didn't actually provide the example of, they do have blood purity examples where they want someone's blood to be 100% Caucasian. And that seems to be also removing other ethnic whites or people who claim white ancestry. I know during this time, some Hispanics were able to use white rather than Mexican in other categories. And it's an effort to exclude those people as well. So in 1948, there was a Supreme Court case that struck down the use of racially restrictive language in covenants. But the really lasting change to remove those is actually in 1950. This is just to show how much power the FHA has at that time. That they say they will no longer finance racially restrictive covenants or any loan that has a racial clause in restrictive covenants. So it's actually it's not 1948, it's actually 1950 when we see them here in Bakersfield that they no longer publish them. But in reality, it's not the lasting change until 1968 where we have the Fair Housing Act, the last Civil Rights Act, 1968. So in my research, I found 171 racially restricted tracts between 1938 and 1950. This is not to say that there wasn't racially restricted covenants before this. This is just to show when they're starting to suggest or recommend racially restricted covenants for full-on tracts. I found some earlier evidence where they had for individual homes, right? But this is a larger change, right? So you can see all the color parts. It's rated by time period when they were established, but that's basically all that's in the Bakersfield proximity. So 171 is actually for the whole of Kern County. There's some in Delano, there's some in Arvin, there's some in Lamont, Fraser Park. So it's very expansive, right? But this is just to show the expansive part of Bakersfield. And for that example that I showed, it's actually in the arrow, so you can see where it is. It's kind of in the New Southwest at that time period. So, and this is with the help of a colleague of mine, Jesus Garcia, that was able to map this for me. So I know it's hard to see, but these primary source documents are just to show what kind of living conditions were here in Bakersfield during that time. The bottom one, I'll start with that since it's chronological. That is a report that was submitted to the governor in 1930, where they asked real estate boards if they segregated populations. Out of the 47 that replied, 24 cities replied that they had Mexican districts, so segregated Mexican housing, and Bakersfield is highlighted there. And from the top, that is a report from an NAACP local worker who sent a letter to the regional NAACP office detailing the conditions here in Bakersfield. And I'll go ahead and read the quote. In all my experience as an NAACP worker throughout the Deep South, I have never seen any scene as dreadful, unsanitary, and depressing as those under thousands of Negro migrant workers have to live on the outskirts of Bakersfield. There are no sanitary facilities whatsoever. The people having to use pit toilets whose stench is readily recognizable miles away along the alleged business district Conwood Road, now Lakeview Drive, and that's the Sunset Mayflower neighborhood. Many Negro citizens of Bakersfield proper, against overwhelming odds, have been able to buy land and to build lovely, comfortable homes and dwellings. Recently, a Negro fireman succeeded in doing this. The day after he moved into his home, a cross was burned on his front lawn. Yes, there are Negro firemen in the community. He segregated all Negro. So the question is, if you could not get an FHA or HOC loan, how did minorities here in Bakersfield buy? So they bought on a system called buying and contract. It's similar to today's practice of renting to own, where you would pay until you finish, right? But if you defaulted on the loan, then you would lose your house. But the loan was given by a real estate broker who often owned the property, right? So there was less accountability, there was less rules in place, and it was easier to abuse people that you were working with directly rather than having accountability. So this is actually a contract. Right here, I have it as an example. And this is from our collection here at the California State University Bakersfield Historical Research Center, where my research is based at. So in this, I'll transition to the resistance to fair housing and public housing. And this is where I'll start talking about some of the California Real Estate Association's role in that. So this is to show Oro Vista, which was a public housing unit here in Bakersfield. And this is when it was being established in 1950, when they were originally getting some of the original loans to establish it. The Bakersfield Realty Board was recommending Proposition 10, if you see below. And Proposition 10 said that it needed the electorate of people living around the neighborhood to approve public housing. And through a series of lawsuits, the city actually rescinded a cooperation agreement with the Housing Authority, and through various lawsuits was finally built in 1954, I believe. And I know this is hard to see, but this is a pamphlet from the California Real Estate Association, where they're giving a similar position on public housing and a statement against rent control around this period. So this is the other side of suburbanization. So during this time, Bakersfield has a big earthquake. Does anybody know about the 1952 earthquake? So Bakersfield was pretty much destroyed, and Bakersfield got the opportunity to rebuild. Downtown's actually in the fashion of what it was in the 1950s, so it's been relatively kind of unchanged. For other towns, they actually got to rebuild and abandon their old downtowns. I also people that go to, like if you go to Sacramento, you have their historic downtown. Bakersfield is rebuilt, right? And that makes it relatively unique in that time period that they're able to rebuild. And other places they're just able to like leave and start new downtowns. So that actually makes Bakersfield very unique. But they actually go to other towns like San Diego, they go to Phoenix, San Francisco to study the urban infrastructure of how to rebuild Bakersfield in a more suburban fashion, right? With modern streets. They even get rid of the rail car in 1942. So it's around this time. And during this, that's where we get America's Newest City, and that's where I get the name out of my research. And this is kind of showing what marketing efforts were done to re-image Bakersfield and create this urban investment. And this is a quote from one of those pamphlets, a modern city requires a modern government. The community enjoys low insurance rates as a result of the outstanding police and fire protection provided in sanitation, sewage, public works, parks, recreation, and hundreds of services rendered by the city for the benefit of its students, citizens, and likewise a high caliber required to earn the distinction of America's newest city. So this is around the same time period that we're getting some of those reports that housing is inadequate as well, right? So we're getting a two-star reality that, you know, housing is in dire need of rebuilding, and then we get America's newest city in the same time. So in my research in some of these, I look at, you know, what's missing on the map, and it's actually right here. That's actually where public housing and the communities that are most likely to be Black and Mexican are at this time period. They're not on the map. And this is more imagery from this time period. Actually, the Kern County Court is rebuilt during this time period as well, the one that we still have today. And then this is another pamphlet in the back, re-imaging the county as a new touristic place. So this is when they make Lake Isabella as a boating lake. This is when they established Lake Ming as a boating and recreational lake as well. The county adopts the slogan, the land of magic. So then I'll transition to California's fair housing in 1960s. This is William Byron Rumford, who is a California state representative and was a representative and a former Berkeley City Council member. And he actually established the Rumford Fair Housing Act that was aimed to remove California's discriminatory housing practices in 1963. But in 1964, there was a proposition to overturn the Rumford Fair Housing Act. This is Walter W. Stern's files on the Rumford Fair Housing Act, the namesake for the Walter Stern Library. He was a senator, and he was actually supporting the Rumford Fair Housing Act, showing that it prohibited discrimination in about 70% of private housing. And he had also cited a study, and I have a typo there, that in a comparison of homes, that there wasn't a significant drop in price, but if there was only a 15% case that homes dropped 5 to 9% if someone of color moved into those neighborhoods. So he was just showing that there was some at least bias or at least wrong arguments in stating that prices dropped in the neighborhood if someone of color moved in. So this is the resistance to equality. I do have a typo. It's actually Prop 14, not Prop 10. And this is a petition that was circulated to get the proposition on the ballot. And this is some of the quotes supporting the overturning of the Rumford Fair Housing Act. This is neither the state or any subdivision or agency there shall deny, limit, or abridge, or directly or indirectly the right of any person who is willing or desires to sell, lease, rent, or any person of his real property to decline, sell, lease, or rent such person or persons as he in his absolute discretion chooses. So the proposition is put on the ballot. This is Proposition 14. The California Real Estate Association adopts it as the so-called CREA Amendment, C-R-E-A, California Real Estate Association, in 1964. And they back it enough where people do vote for it. And I have another typo, it's Proposition 14. But this is what would have been on the ballot to support Prop 14. And this is a quote from this: is most homeowners of such properties in California lost this right through the Rumford Act of 1963. It says they may not refuse to sell or rent their property to anyone for reasons of race, color, religion, national origin, or ancestry. And I don't have it on there, but I'll just talk about it. We don't have to. It is fine. In 1966, the California Supreme Court actually overturns Prop 14. So I'd like to thank Cassie for sending me this. This is to show that Bakersfield is ranked as one of the most diverse cities in the United States. And my demographics are a little bit behind, but In 1950, we have about 228,000 people in Kern County. In 2020, we have almost 1 million. So it goes from a place that has very little diversity to a very diverse metropolitan area now. So many of these neighborhoods are actually not white anymore. A lot of these have gone significant transformations. And this is just to point out that some of the financial investment from these neighborhoods has actually left. And I recently saw the city council acknowledge the existence of some of these restrictive covenants and how they're going to look into the future of housing that actually happened last Wednesday. For those that are interested, the city council's videos are posted online. And so this goes to the end. So as the California Association of Realtors now support the legislation to remove restrictive covenants, so there is a restorative justice. On top, I have the screenshot from the Kern County website where they show how you can remove some of these covenants if you live in properties that have this. And this is was passed with legislation AB 1408. It's hard to read from here, but
1466.
1466, sorry. And that passed in 2021. So there is legislation supporting this. All right, thank you everyone for listening. Does anybody have any questions?
I don't see any.
If you want to connect with me, the best is to actually email me. My email is dcruz6@csub.edu. That's if you have any questions about this type of research. I do have a QR page. You'll see it in the pamphlet. That'll direct you to a website that I dedicated to some of this research and some other resources like the county's website and also, I believe, the legislation. Thank you all.
Okay, so I mentioned earlier that unfortunately our final speaker was not able to join us today, so you're gonna get some more of me instead. So I'm gonna actually give you guys a very quick presentation on the GBLA Fair Housing Law Project. So we'll just kind of go over some information about protected categories and so forth. You control for me? Yeah. So essentially, first I'll start with what is fair housing. So fair housing is the right for every individual to have equal access to housing, whether that be in the renting phase, the financing stage for purchasing a home, or wherever that might be, and that you're free from discrimination based on protected categories if you fall into a particular category. So we're all familiar with what the federal protections are, right? We're very familiar with you can't be discriminated against because of your race, your color, your national origin, religion, sex, now including sexual orientation, disability, whether that's physical or mental, or familiar status. And I do want to point out too, I get a lot of these questions when I get these presentations. Why is race and color separate on there? Well, it's because it can be completely different. You can be discriminated against because they assume you're a certain race based on the color of your skin or vice versa. So those are two separate protected categories. But in California, we have some additional protections for residents. So you cannot be discriminated against based on your sexual orientation, your marital status, including domestic partnerships, ancestry, your source of income, hence the source of income presentation this morning, medical conditions, your age. We typically look at this with the age of over 40, but this can be any age category. For example, if you live in an apartment complex, they can't say no kids allowed in the pool, right? That would be age discrimination. Gender identity or expression, and then arbitrary characteristics. Now, arbitrary characteristics are the physical traits of how we look. So a landlord cannot say, I'm sorry, I don't rent to people with purple hair. That is a physical trait, and that is a protected category. So with fair housing, of course, there's prohibited conduct on both ends. So we
We have units like our civil rights department that lets us know what our rights are as individuals. And there are times that landlords have particular rights as well too. But what is that prohibited conduct they cannot engage in? Well, we heard a lot about this morning with our housing vouchers. They can't provide false or misleading information when it comes to promoting information to housing seekers. So they can't say no Section 8 allowed. They can't refuse to rent or sell housing to you based on any of these protected categories. They can't have different terms, conditions, policies, or rules for individuals. So they can't say, oh, well, you're Section 8, so you're going to have a different lease type, right? So they can't determine that. And then we heard about the emotional support animals this morning. Both of our presenters shared about you can have multiple people in a household that need a support animal. They can't be discriminated against because two different people need two different animals. Sexual harassment, I have a whole slide to go a little bit more about this. This goes over quite a few different, two different categories when it comes to sexual harassment. Refusing to rent or sell to you based on a disability-related accommodation or modification. We're going to go over that slide in a moment as well too. No type of discriminatory advertising or statements, interference with your rights. They can't deny you opportunities. Differential treatment of in-place tenants because of a tenant's protected class. I mentioned the no kids in the pool kind of thing that fall in there as well. Steering in neighborhoods. You're looking to buy a home and your real estate agent tells you, oh, you might be more comfortable on this side of town. That's steering, that is illegal. Discrimination for associating with members of a protected class. They can't tell you, oh, we don't like bikers, you can't have them here to visit. Retaliation, so then if you report fair housing discrimination, they can't retaliate against you because you're asserting your rights. And then harassment because you're a member of that protected category of people. And again, it could be any of the ones that we just reviewed, federal and or state. So a little bit more on sex discrimination. There are a few types. First, we have our generic sex discrimination. So you can't have different standards for different housing seekers or different treatment for in-place residents. So you can't say, for example, we only rent to married couples. You can't tell them that, no, I only rent to married people. Or, we don't rent to different types of family. Like we don't rent to families. We only do single parent households. We only this and like that. Those would be different types of generic sex discrimination. And then we're all familiar with a couple of what sexual harassment is. So there's quid pro quo, which is Latin for this is that. So your landlord can't say, hey, if you give me this, I'll reduce your rent. That is illegal practice. Or create a hostile environment. You should be free in your place of housing from any type of harassment, particularly with sexual harassment. So, the maintenance man shouldn't catcall you as you go to do your laundry. Workers in the building, your landlord shouldn't threaten you, things like that. So that would create a hostile environment, right? They're continuously making comments to you. And then, of course, there are special protections for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. I should also note here, I am not an attorney, nor am I providing legal advice or counsel right now. I'm simply providing an educational overview of fair housing. But there are particular protections for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. And so if you or anybody you know is dealing with a case like that, please reach out to an attorney or none other than the Fair Housing Law Project. So reasonable accommodations are for individuals that have a physical or mental disability, and accommodations need to be made for them to ensure that they, well, for different reasons. So we talked about emotional support animals, right? There might be a waive of the no pets policy or pet deposit for emotional support animals or service animals. You might request to reassign a parking space or a mailbox because you became handicapped and now you don't have accessibility. Maybe you need to move from upstairs to downstairs because now you're in a wheelchair and you're not able to access your unit any longer. Monthly payment reminders. Maybe you have elderly individuals that are on SSI. They receive their income on the 3rd of the month. Maybe they can't make it to the bank and get write a check or make it to the bank to get a money order. So they can reasonably ask their landlord, can you give me till the 5th of the month to make sure I can make my payment? Read documents out loud. Maybe they're visually
impaired and they're not able to see, and it doesn't matter how big it is, and they can make that request when they're going over their information. I talked about transfer and then allowing live-in aides. Live-in aides are typically assigned to individuals that have a health need that requires that constant care. They can't tell you, nope, sorry, your live-in aide can't be here, they're not on the lease. Then on the other side, there's what's called modification. You as an individual have a right to request reasonable modifications based on your disability. Maybe it's a wheelchair ramp. We talked about moving upstairs to downstairs. Well, maybe that downstairs still has a few steps. We might need to put a ramp in place. Grab bars in the shower. Lowering the door peephole for individuals that are handicapped. Widening the doors. Dr. Goldstein was sharing earlier, right? There was that 32-inch, was it 32 or 36? 32-inch, wide door frame for individuals. Lever doorknobs. Maybe an individual supposed to have the turn knobs. It has to be the level. That's very possible. Now, tenants are usually required to pay for these modifications on their own. You do have to make that request to your landlord to make that modifications, but typically an individual would be responsible for that. However, there is an exception. If you are in a housing unit that receives federal public funding, they have the ability to make those modifications in those types of housing. And so like any law, there's exemptions, exceptions, and interpretations. So everything that we do with Greater Bakersfield Legal Assistance, whether it's the Fair Housing Law Project or any of our other projects, everything is looked at through a case-by-case basis, which means we determine whether or not, when we take a case, we can kind of make a reasonable assumption of how we're going to present that information, right? And so just like all other laws, fair housing has the same things. And that is why we've had quite a few that have went over different policies through the years and propositions and legislative acts and so forth that have teetered and went back and forth. And those laws are constantly changing. Those policies are constantly changing. And that's why you can have a different interpretation today than you will 10 years from now. Housing discrimination claims have been always considered on a case-by-case basis. Every situation and every person is unique. And so if you're not sure what you can do and how to assert your rights, or you feel that you've been a victim of housing discrimination, feel free to reach out to the Fair Housing Law Project. So what do we do? I mentioned a little bit earlier about who we were and what we do. We do community education and outreach, like hosting the conference today. This is just one of our many components. We regularly host presentations and webinars. So if you are an agency service provider out there and you would like a presentation on the Fair Housing Law Project or on any of GBLA services, again, my card is in that folder for a reason. Reach out to me, we'll facilitate that presentation. Then we do active investigations. Now our investigations are complaint-based and systemic. You'll notice when you walked in, we had flyers that said volunteers needed in the back. That is because we rely on volunteer testers to actively investigate fair housing discrimination claims. What that means is, so back a little bit, state of California, you're not allowed to record individuals without their permission, right? So we have to count on individuals providing testimony to us for active forms. So if we get a phone call from a woman that says, I think I've been actively discriminated against, and they're telling me, I think it's because I'm a single mom with kids. So we might send out 6 women to that unit, and 3 will be married with kids and 3 will be unmarried. Now, of course, they're acting, but they would go in, they would apply for the housing, record those responses, and bring those back to us. We always need volunteers of every kind. We need different ages, we need different races, we need different sexes, we need people with purple hair and face tattoos, we need all of it. So if you're interested in becoming a volunteer tester, it's like a secret shopper system. You're basically going out and secretly shopping for housing and reporting back to us, and we use that information to then potentially create some type of enforcement service. This could be us taking a case to court. This could be advocacy, maybe it's just a matter of miscommunication with the landlord, and we can come in and help kind of alleviate those concerns. We might report directly to HUD, and it's now Civil Rights Department, but it was formerly known as the Department of Employment and Fair Housing. Again, we have California Civil Rights Department representative here on site with us today.
and potentially federal state lawsuits. You'll notice earlier that Denise McGranahan had brought up a couple different cases. You'll find in your folder a press release and an LA Times article that exact same things. Those are situations where she's actually taking cases to litigation, to trial, to court, and the outcomes of those things. So that's just a little bit about what we do with the Fair Housing Law Project. Again, if you believe that you've been a victim of illegal housing discrimination, or maybe you work with clients that you believe are victims of illegal housing discrimination, reach out to us. Again, everything's case by case. So you can find more information on our website. So we have gbla.org, but then also Fair Housing has its own website, which is just fairhousing.org. Our line for the Bakersfield area is 661-334-4679. I want to just go to put a plug in right here. 334-4679 is only for fair housing calls. If you call that number and you have a different issue, maybe it's a domestic violence situation, or you need access to health and public benefits, or it's a seniors law issue, they're not going to be able to address it. This is only for fair housing. And I have our other number, it's kind of small, but you'll find the brochure inside as well too. So for all other matters outside of fair housing, the best number to reach us is 661-325-5943. I need to change that. That is a bit of a typo. We are now taking walk-ins. We are back open to the public. We are Monday through Friday, 8:30 to noon and 1 to 5. We are all closed for lunch from 12 to 1, and we're closed all major holidays. But you can either get, if you know yourself or another client that might need our assistance, give us a call for intake or go ahead and stop on in. We are open again. Do we have any questions? Not for me, but maybe for our attorneys. Yes.
For example, if a landlord were to tell us that they're requiring a payee service for them to rent to our clients, would that be discriminatory?
So they're asking if a landlord required a payee system for payment, would that be discriminatory?
For somebody that has Social Security.
For somebody that has Social Security.
Correct. No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So that would be hard. Would homeless individuals that have a 290 status, if they were denied housing, is what you're asking, right? If they were denied housing, would that be a form of discrimination?
So say for instance, they find a unit that's not located by school, or part of the landlord.
Hi, I'm kind of in a meeting. What's going on?
What's the best way, I don't know, anyone's touched on this yet, but what's the best way to deal with a landlord that has part of their rental criteria must be working for 6 months with paycheck stubs? Like, what would be the best way to handle it?
Employment history, is employment history required? Can they require an employment history of 6 months or more?
It's 10 here.
How possible sources discrimination.
She's saying it could be a source of income discrimination. Of course, we'd have to evaluate more on a case-by-case situation, but.
That also seems like a pretty long, pretty strict requirement. So that could eventually be problematic as well.
I have lots of landlords that have that on their paperwork.
Yeah, you want to contact.
Yeah, go ahead and, yeah,
My
give it a call.
again.
I will contact them.
Okay, yes.
So, we place people in their own property vouchers, and just recently they said they no longer take vouchers. They're only doing it on basis. Is that doesn't sound good.
So the question is, what if a landlord says that we don't take housing vouchers anymore because we only have 6 month leases?
Now,
So the response to that, we'll have to look more into that, is Denise McGranahan gave that presentation earlier. That's one of those situations where the landlord was looking for an excuse to say no. Them actually saying, we don't take vouchers is prohibited by law. So it's something we'll definitely have to look into and keep our eye on. Yes.
So I had a landlord tell me that they would accept Section 8 and that they would accept our rapid rehousing program. But that with the rapid rehousing program, there was the 3 times the limit on the income. But if it was Section 8, that they would not. So there's like a different standard for rapid rehousing and then for Section 8. So if it was Section 8, then they would not have them have to do the income qualification. But if it was rapid rehousing, and basically the landlord was saying, we only want Section 8.
So it's different types of source of income and different standards for different types of source of income. Right, it's rapid rehousing for only 3 months?
No, it can last, it's reevaluated every 3 months, and it can last up to 24 months. And we fall under the law of the, like if we're gonna be assisting our client with bridge, then they have to consider ours just like they would Section 8. They have to consider that as an income. So we give them, when we have our clients apply with Section 8, or with our services, we have them turn in frequently asked questions and like a brief description of that law.
We maybe want to come back to that one and.
Reasonable criteria, right, for evaluating an applicant. It seems strange that they would have the application like a very like we're really small, it's like saying we're gonna have a high level of like examination or scrutiny for this other program. You're reminding me, I do have a client on that program, and it was like, we're gonna do that, but I guess that's gonna be kind of hard, right? Because if I'm gonna have to evaluate everything, like, what the reasonable kind of work is gonna be. So, I don't know, I'm not sure, I'm really surprised at all. It's not a piece of it, it's great. And they're so open to Section 8 as a program. Maybe it just depends on your commitment. Maybe.
I think what it is with Section 8 is they know that it's like a solid rent and it's long-term. And ours is geared more like a short-term. We're based on income. We have our clients' job search, our plan is to get them financially independent and take over. And I don't think that landlord wants people that are independent at all. They want somebody that's got a payee. It's the same person that's doing the payee thing. They only want somebody that has somebody else controlling their rent and paying that landlord. Yeah.
So then I'll just address real quick that the response from our team is that would be something we'd have to look a little bit more into because of the differences in that, right? So a landlord saying, yes, we'll take Section 8, but not rapid rehousing. We're definitely gonna have to investigate that one a little bit more and come up with a definitive answer for that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you can send like those
Do we
clients
have any
our
other
way
questions?
and the addresses of like.
Okay, awesome. So, I don't know about you guys, but I
try
found
to
presentations this
investigate,
morning
see what's going on in those
informational,
cases.
educational, and it definitely requires a bit more exploration and conversation on the topics. Thank you again to all of our presenters in person and those that joined us virtually for taking the time. Thank you to our vendors for being available with resources and information. Thank you to all of you for joining us. In the packet this morning, you will find on the right-hand side, there's a short survey. Please take a moment to fill that out and let us know what you think about the conference. This is what I'll use to determine information in the future. Now, we still have about an hour left, give or take. We do have some fresh cookies and tea and coffee out, but take the opportunity, we're here till 2:30. Take the opportunity to network amongst one another, visit with our vendors, and then ask the additional questions. And then just again, 661-325-5943 is always the best way to get a hold of Greater Bakersfield Legal Assistance. Thank you.
Figure out like what to provide. So we'll select that, and then we will
Oh, I know.
it could. So if you're, you guys would be